making something good for the society, for the people, like the cars, because some people are doing, for instance, just art, or something like this, and then it's also good, but it's a different field, of course. So, good. So, for instance, at start we could start with explanation of the ideation. For instance, I start always with some small sketches. For instance, the theme is to do some sports car or something. So I start like really just for me, not for everybody. It's just for me, because you cannot present such a sketches. You cannot present, because normally you do just for you the sketches, and then later on you show it to your bosses in the company. For instance, it's this first period of the sketching, or of the ideation of the design process. So this is where we usually start, in the sketches like this. And as you see, you can think about some And normally I draw the cars now, for instance, from the side view, or basically like that it's recognizable on the street, or there's something new, or that it's some interesting theme on the side or on the corners, or thinking in this way, to how to draw. And the next step, of course, is the modeling the car in the speed form for me, because the speed form is the best tool for this and fastest tool. And then I use the VRED for rendering this and doing in Photoshop the rest of the work. For instance, adding the wheels or making the graphics. This is just for me. These sketches, as I mentioned already. Just finding something for the car. So this sketch, you don't need to be scared or something. It doesn't need to be like presentable. It's just for finding some shapes or something. Even if you are doing a production car, you can start with sketch, like for instance, like I don't know, with some there are certain rules for the side view. No? They are also explained in the tutorial book of Žofia, in the red sketch. Žofia?
Yes.
Can you show this, or maybe this is important to mention?
Okay, I will share.
But then will be stopped this, no? Or?
Yeah. Then you have to share again.
Okay, no problem. Then we can share again later, okay. And then we continue.
Oh, where is it? Here?
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. This is important to know. No? This actually, like, as I said, the first spot needs to be the decision from you guys if you really want to go this way. No? If you really want to be a car designer. It's also a big opportunity to bring your ideas or your sketches to the reality, to be used by customers. No? This is the dream of the car designer, of course, when you draw a car and then the people, they are driving this car on the street, and you see it in each country driving by other guys. And you see that it's good, no? Because it helps to the people also, no? And you make something nice. And for instance, here you can say some technical things, because the car looks like this, and it has there is certain intention why the car looks like this. It's not just I draw something for fun and then it's finished, no? Because you see there is air intake in the front, first crash point, no? Or for pedestrian safety there is a lot of stuff, and a lot of requirements for insurance, a lot of requirements for headlamps, for the fenders, for the hood, for the bumper, ramp angle, side skirts. You know, there needs to be this point. And
do you think it's necessary to know it while you are like learning it while you are like still student?
Maybe you can overall know this, because this is the whole process, no, of car design. You need to know how it is, because when I started the internship first time in Volkswagen, for instance, or anywhere else, or Renault, or in Pininfarina, I didn't know anything. So I started just like drawing cars, and I was improving my artistic skills and collecting some ideas in my head and making some sketches just. No? They needed to be nice, no? For the presentation. And we've been drawing just by hand mostly, no? With markers and ballpoint pen and stuff like this. So later on, I found out that it's not about this just, it's about also this, knowing this technical stuff of the car, because we need to know where to draw the shot lines. No? For instance, if you draw shorter wheelbase, you cannot draw shorter wheelbase because you don't fit for this kind of car the shot lines inside. You cannot open the door. So you need to have this by drawing in the head. Okay, this you can read them by yourself later on. It's really interesting, this book, and really interesting tutorials also inside from other guys.
Okay.
Okay.
I will just stop sharing my screen. You can go.
Now how we can go?
You need to share again.
I need to share again. Okay, so we can continue. Now you can see. Yeah? Can you see?
Yes, Yes, we can see.
Hello?
Yes, it's okay.
You can see. All right. Good. So, for instance, this is how I start. No? How I start the idea. No? I start like basically from the box because the car is actually the box, and then I shape inside something what I believe is really modern nowadays, or what could be really interesting for the customer. For instance, why is this line like there? No? Because and why is here always like rocker or something? No? It has a sense because of the Steinschlag. It's a name in German, but it's like a rocker panel. It needs to be in Y in certain position. It needs to protect doors against the rocks coming out when the car is drifting or when the car is like going on a rocky way. So it has certain sense. No, this it's about this point here, right? This, and why we draw always, for instance, this line there with this line there is because creating in 3D the light, bringing this surface more out, brings also this point more out. So that's a sense of rocker. Why the cars have this. The old cars, they doesn't have this form. No, almost each car on the street has this. So basically, this tutorial is for production cars mostly, because I think this is the dream of every car designer to do some cars for production. All right. Usually when I draw for myself, I don't use any extra wheels or any extra painting. You can start to paint, of course. I don't know. I just do really fast always. I put always negative multiplizieren or how it's multiply, no? That I can see the background sketch always. You can change the opacity of the sketch. And then I do always brighter and brighter. Yeah, for instance, here we have also selection tools just for your this I'm doing by freehand. No? It's just more precise selection of the outline. No? It's important to start with the outline do also this negative, because it's kind of doing this fresh feeling, and then
And do you use Procreate also like for in the work, or do you use like normal?
no, we don't have Procreate. We have Photoshop for doing for drawing and stuff. But it's Photoshop. I allow Photoshop now because I use Photoshop like more than 10 years, like 15 years maybe. And Photoshop is really great.
And does the Procreate has some advantages, would you say, if you compare it to Photoshop?
Some advantages? I wouldn't say. I even use normal sheet of paper for this kind of ideation. Because it's faster. You can have your sketchbook like on the side, and this way is just to show. This way is just to show to use these presentation techniques, because unfortunately I couldn't come. So otherwise I would come to Bratislava and I would show there. But then you can think about some new ideas, for instance, with playing with light, or I don't know what. In Procreate there are a lot of tools here, but I usually use the most simplest ones. It's not easy.
It's like too much.
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it's too much. Fine. It was this one, or no? It was a different one. I don't know where it was. No. Exactly. No, it's this one definitely. All right. But here you can start, like this, with your ideas. It's just to explain, and you always need to do the dialogue really carefully with the two tangent points, because usually people are sitting inside. Usually people are sitting inside, not the robots or something.
But you can exaggerate it in the sketch now. It can be like a bit lower. Yeah,
this is just for instance, some car, or could be whatever. Yeah. Just for the idea, for you, when you start this production process. Okay. Good. And then what I said already is we need to watch out the shot lines.
Okay.
It's also really important to, for instance, Yeah, and we have different kind of cars now. Of course, the deal you can do longer later, and you can do third window there on this spot. No? The car looks longer, is longer, and looks more prestigious. Mm. Mm. And maybe there is also something what you guys want to ask. If there is something,
yeah, if you have some questions, go ahead and ask.
What you would like to know?
Actually, can you tell again about the blue sketch? The first blue layers.
Yeah.
The second one was multiply, and the other one was other one was normal layer.
Yeah, the first one was normal layer. Yeah,
okay.
This one. Then this one I did in multiply, or I have it in Germany. In German, negative multiply. Yeah, negative multiply. I think. I did just in case that I can see these lines, no? From the first layer.
Yeah.
And all these, I think these shadow layers and light I did for this. And for instance, in these rendering techniques, now you can guys use whatever you want. This is just what I'm using.
Yeah.
And it's just for myself. It's not for presenting. I already don't present the sketches like this. But what you can do some here, negative multiplication. Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
You can find out your own tricks, how to make it more believable, or how to draw a car with. Or here even you can do this one, I think. Yeah. Yeah, don't hesitate to use these tricks in Photoshop, also in Procreate, because it's helping also in the technique, drawing technique. This kind of highlight, drawing some highlight, but this, of course, is up to you, which technique you choose for the drawing. Okay. All right. Okay, just for the sketching, for the next step is, as I said, you need to take, for instance, for this car, you need to take the package, what you received or you reworked with the engineers, because normally also designers have a chance to work on the package. So it means on the first concept car for the production. So it's just like a show car, but it's just for us. It's internal. Everything what we do, whole process is internal. Nobody sees this. No? So that's why it takes 5 years or 4 years to make one production car. That's why it takes such a long time. But for instance, when we start like internal with kind of show car for the production car, where we can also influence basic points. For example, where this point sits. We can still influence this a bit, or we can still influence how big are the wheels. We cannot influence is the basic package. Maybe we can a bit influence the wheelbase.
Hi guys,
we can influence the overhang in the first airlift stage of doing the car. So for this also we are doing kind of free sketches, like this. What could be the next vision for some project? This is really important to know. Okay, for this production stage, you guys have some questions? Okay.
Maybe.
Yes.
Do you think that it's important to have these kind of sketches in your portfolios, or?
Definitely no. I think in portfolio, maybe 1-2 sketches you can put. Like, I used it always. It's a help for me, to create a model, because then you need to have a car. What you present or what you show in portfolio, where you are sure already what you are doing. In this kind of sketch, you can also be sure what you are doing, and you do it a little bit more precise. You can put, of course, the portfolio, but I would advise to put more precise sketches, or to put the sketches with the models, or to to sum up, I would put better renderings or final renderings than this kind of fast sketches or iterations. Yeah.
Hi guys, join us on YouTube. We are doing a live workshop with Michal Uhrín. You can find the link in bio. See you.
But as you see, here, the first sketch what I had before, just with the lines. This can be just for you. Later on, you can define more the stuff, and if you define, if you do more precise, then you can use for portfolio. I wouldn't use for portfolio just line drawing. Maybe there are some line drawings that are really cool that you can read already. It's up to you actually, but I wouldn't do.
Hi guys, join us on YouTube. We are doing live.
Okay. You see, you need to always think what kind of section is there. In this, okay, you can do on the side view, or you can do also 3/4 view.
Hi guys, join us on YouTube. We are doing
But on side view is really important.
You can find the link.
It's really important.
See you.
I don't know, for instance, this section what I'm drawing now. No? It's always a dream like to do this flash. No? Unfortunately, just flash is not possible when you want to do the window down. When you want to put it down, the window needs to have certain chamfer there. But for instance, this section what I'm drawing now, no? It's always a dream like to do this flash.
Hi guys, join us on YouTube. We are going to.
All right. Good and start with this.
Hi guys, join us on YouTube. We are doing a live workshop with Michal Uhrín. You can find the link in my bio. See you.
Okay, any more questions? Feel free, guys, to ask.
Maybe what's the most important thing that you evaluate in portfolios or in works, or what do you look for?
Yeah, good question. In portfolios, it's definitely not the technique. It's definitely not the technique. It's the ideas, the ideations, no? Variety of ideas, simplicity of ideas, how you create the shapes, no? Because this is the most important, no? To create a new shapes, to create a new intersections, how the car is built actually, in terms of proportion also, no? But the proportion I would put on the second place, because this you can learn. This you can learn. You can learn also the design technique. But what you cannot learn is the ideas. The ideas are coming from actually different fields of life. How is your lifestyle, or how you are happy, certainly, or how your life is, or I don't know. So this is the most important what we evaluate, what we try to look for in the sketches, in the or in the renderings, the ideas. But on the other hand, you need to have certain level of pronouncing these ideas into the sketches or into the 3D. You need to have this. You need to learn this in the first stages of university, first classes.
Hi guys, join us on YouTube. We are doing a live workshop with Michal Uhrín. You can find the link in my bio. See you.
For the portfolio, I would, if I would build a portfolio, I would put also, yeah, side views that you can do different type of cars, 3/4 views. For instance, I would do like front view, side view, and rear view of the same car. That you can work on one car in different with different ideas. Then I would put a little bit just of ideation sketches for this project. Then these renderings with some new ideas to show that you are creative. Yeah, of course, depends in which field of car design you want to work. For instance, you can send a portfolio to light department, for instance, or to the wheel department. And then it is, of course, important this part in your portfolio. So you need to have a lot of different wheel designs, how they fit to the car, and so on. Or if you want to go in light department, then you need to have a lot of small detail sketches, a lot of detail sketches of the small details in the lamp design. So it's like that. Yeah, of course, depends what you want to do.
And would you say like your aesthetic and your creativity also evolves during the time?
Pardon?
Like, do you think your creativity and your like taste in the design and in shapes, does it evolve in the time?
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
It evolves by changing the technique also.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, if you use different technique,
Mm-hmm.
for instance, I'm using like a couple of years already speed form for creating these. But the ideas, I think they are always similar. No, they not always the same, but similar direction. No?
Mm-hmm.
Because they need to be. No? If you are working for one company, you have some vision for this. Mm-hmm. Of course, it's not what I'm sketching now, because this is not full out. No? I'm sketching just some free stuff here. But the ideas, they also they go in one way for certain period of time, because what I think what is modern for in 5 years. No?
Okay.
So we are thinking 5 years
ahead, yeah.
Ahead.
And what does influence you the most? Like, what does influence your vision and your aesthetic the most? Like, where do you find the inspiration?
Inspiration. Yeah, in geometry, for instance, some new intersections or combining geometrical shapes that are simple. And there are certain rules also for car design, what can be learned. These rules of proportion, of using this product as a human. Because for production you need to get in, as I said. And it's not that easy. It's not just drawing the car. It's you face later in the project process a lot of problems.
Yeah.
A lot of problems, like how to create the body shape. Because then the engineers they come later on and they said, okay, this is not possible. You need to think about something else. But you already agreed with your bosses and with everybody that this is the right shape for the car. And the technique guys suddenly they start to tell you that this is not good, this is not working. Yeah, but somehow the process is about this: how to get work this team, how to get work, what to do, how to move the lines, the corners, the shapes, surfaces to get it working. It can't stay in the same stage. You can do like 50 models. You do already maybe 100 models of one car, 100 fronts in these 5 years. So it's just not doing the same, but doing the similar, doing a bit new feedback of your bosses, or doing I don't know. It's like that. It's hard, but it's really nice because it's like a marathon. It's like running the marathon. Yeah. Yeah, so what is really important to know is to how to do these basic forms, or how to put them on the paper. Or I never use this Procreate. I use this Procreate just for at home sometimes to draw, but usually I use Photoshop at work. Yeah, but this Procreate is also really fun. I really advise this software. You can develop also your own technique, the ideation. It's basically having fun. You need to have fun by doing your job. This is the most important.
Michal, could I ask you how is going on your thinking process? I mean, you come to work and you have any task and you just read your brief and understanding fully how will be look form that your bosses needs, or more often it's look like that you read the brief and I totally don't have idea how it will be look, but I will be draw. Or how is going
on? This is as I explained it. We get the task from our bosses to create, for instance, new car for the production for next 5 years. And we have a briefing, like the people in 5 years are doing that, this and that, and buying this kind of cars. They need to be, for instance, more emotional or more calm, or they need to be more elegant or more like that. No? And this is the direction of the design. And then we are not doing the themes. We need to think. No? We are choosing the themes that fit to this car. No? We are not doing emotional themes for the elegant car. No? We are not doing elegant themes for emotional car. For instance, elegant cars are bought by rich people or by older people or certain customers. No? And like emotional cars are bought by young people, no? Like first buyers of the cars are buying this sporty looking or a little bit more emotional cars. So we are starting like this with this briefing, and I think every company starts like this because this is base of marketing, no? Strategy, because the car company has different departments, no? And these different departments are working on this project also. So they start with developing this product in the marketing way, and then we start design process. They need to do a lot of researches, of course, or I think because we are not working together. No? It's just we get the task and that's it. No? The guys in marketing strategy, they're working by themselves, not together with us. No?
But when you get the brief, like to design the elegant car, like you have elegant shapes in your mind, like, because like it's quite like subjective what is elegant and what is not, you know.
Yeah.
It's like it's your vision. It's like you think this, another designer. It's like no, this is not elegant. This is sporty. So.
Exactly.
How do you know what customers want? It's like.
Yeah, and that's why we have bosses, and they are meeting also with this marketing strategy people, and they know what is the way, and the designers, they're creating their ideas for this. The boss, with his knowledge, he's choosing based on his opinion or opinion of others, bosses, the right design for this product. And then we proceed to the next step.
And also, like, people from marketing are choosing the design, or they are just in discussion with you sometimes.
Later on they're in discussions, of course, but if they are choosing design, maybe in some companies they are influencing design as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not good. It's really not good to be influenced by the people that have no clue about design. For instance, they don't understand the design. Yeah, they can tell you, for instance, that this blue car, that it happened already a couple of times, that the aerodynamic guy came and he said, do like this. Yeah? Or this point needs to be here actually, or this line needs to go like this, and we need to do for the strategy like this, but needs to go like this. No? There are also some points that they are against each other, and that this you need to face as a designer also. No? But it's maybe what is important to know for you guys is maybe how to put portfolio together, or how to. This was the right question. Huh? What to put in the portfolio? I would put, as I said, no? As many of ideas, no? Of certain projects. For instance, you do your personal project, for example, this like sedan or variant or small city car, or depends on the portfolio of the company, of course. If they are doing the sports cars, you can do sports cars as well. You can do sports cars always because they are nice. You can do some visions. You can do a lot of visions for the future. This is really important to have in the portfolio. A lot of visions for how is the future of the car design, because they are not hiring the people they draw the same. They are hiring the people they have a vision, and they can bring something to the company. This you need to know, that you need to show this in your portfolio. This is really important. Okay.
Maybe what would be your advice when someone is looking for work, or if he isn't on a high school or design school, how should he look for a job as a designer? Because there are a lot of people that are really talented, but they don't study in schools. So,
as a car designer,
or interior designer, whatever.
So, what would be my advice? How to get a job, no?
Yes, or how to send the portfolios, or where, or how to look for it. Maybe what is the best way?
Send the portfolios.
You need to have the contact, no? For the right person. This was always important. No? This is always important to have a contact. I also, during my studies, I have been looking for the contacts, and we had a cooperation at the time with Renault, with Luciano Bove and Rafael Linari from Renault Design Studio, and then it was like that I wasn't looking the contacts, but I got the internship, and then on my way I was meeting the guys, and I had contacts from them. They did internship in different companies. No, for instance, Arsenik Ostrome, he gave me some contacts that time, and he's, I think, working for Hyundai now. That time, also there are some Slovak designers, always welcoming other guys. Nationality is of course a really important point. What we can use, no? But again, there is unfortunately no possibility now in our company to take any internship guys. I think soon will be the situation different and will be changed, and it's gonna be better, no?
And you can always ask people on Instagram, on LinkedIn, like usually from my experience, they are really helpful because like they remember their students' time. So like just ask and reach for people by your own.
Yeah. Or I remember there was on the university, maybe the younger years, they had a paper with a lot of addresses of the design head, of the head designers of the different studios in the Europe, USA, China. I don't know if it's always actual, but
I have a list of email addresses, but I'm not sure if they're all like valid and
they're
like
old,
working.
maybe.
Yeah.
No, already.
Yeah. And we have a question from YouTube, from Atie Bayalan, sorry for mispronunciation. How can I develop the idea for shape or function? Maybe it was like
shape of function.
Yeah, how he can like develop like maybe the design theme or the idea for the new concept,
for the car,
yeah.
For the concept, for the function. So it's maybe for the headlamp or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. This is really important, no? Because in the car design, you draw a car, no? And then you put certain character to that car. The car needs to have some eyes, some expression, no? And then you need to develop the detail of it, how it's working. At first, the function, no? It needs to have this functional light. It needs to move, maybe. It needs to turn the light in the curves, and needs to light on the street, or needs to project some projection on the street, or in the future maybe some holographic technologies for this. And then you can create a design for it, of course. No? For example, for this holographic, no? What do you need for this? What are the technologies needed for this? You need to know this. And then you can proceed to the next step, to the drawing. For instance, for the lamp that is turning, you need to know how is the lamp turning. You need to space for this, because from a top view, for instance, if you draw this the lamp, well, it turns around this. And if it turns, then needs some space. So it needs this kind of space. Then, for instance, but and then you need to have at first like really fast technical thinking, how it's working, and then with this in your head you can draw idea. No? Okay, then needs to be space around, and so the car needs to have a certain character, of course. Yeah. Or another function of the car, I don't know, the function is that the car is moving, and then we need the wheels there. Of course, we are fitting the design, this function. Or the car needs to have the window on the side. We need to look through, that's why the window, and we are moving. In the production, for example, this line, belt line, is like needs to move in the height, in the Z direction, and then you have a better visibility from inside or worse. It's also the point of this ergonomy. Okay. Good.
Okay, maybe we can discuss the basic proportion a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Basic proportion is actually
like the basic segments of the car.
We can explain on the Passat, for instance. It's the best, no? On this Chinese Passat, no? Okay, here basic proportion depends on the technical points also, no? Of course, but also in the aesthetics, where you see the car, for example, you always need to concentrate yourself on the DLO, no? Because this is a significant element of the car, describing the car character from the side. Whether the A post and the C post relation is the same or what is faster. Usually one needs to be faster because the car is a dynamic object, needs to have some direction. As you see, usually the C post is faster than the A post, and then you need to have in mind this three-box architecture of the car, where this is a trunk space, here is where the people are, here is the engine space, where the engine is. So the car is divided. For instance, this is a classical combustion car. The combustion car, that's why this proportion, because you have engine there in the front, people inside the cabin, and the trunk space. This defines the proportion of the car, the basic proportion. Of course, then you need to tune up this. You do a sketch, no? Always doing the bigger wheels, feeling wheels more out, or slimmer lights, what is modern. On the sketch, we always try to interpret in the production car. Okay, but this is a combustion car, and then electric car. You need to think, the engine is smaller. You don't need so much space for this. You can think of different architecture. You can bring more space to the people, because for new generation of people are different values more important. For example, to have more space inside, or to be able to do something else instead of driving the car. So I can read a book or draw something or work from inside, or even sleep or play the guitar inside during the driving. And so that's why the autonomous cars are coming next stages. So for example, you can reduce this we did in this ID show car with this super fast and bringing the cabin forward, and then you create a different
and we have a new question on YouTube.
Different proportion. No? Sorry?
We have a new question on YouTube. So, Tis van den Broek is asking, for someone who starts a project from scratch, when would it be wise to start thinking about regulations? In my own experience, it really hurts the creative process in the beginning.
Wait a second. Just a second. Okay, just explaining for a second this one. Yeah? For instance, how to get from a combustion car to the electric one. No?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Then we get to the question in a second.
Okay.
So this is actually the idea behind. No? It's not just a show car or something or production. It's a car with idea behind. Huh? We bring more space for people.
And it's funny, sorry if I interrupt, but it's really funny that so many electric cars now on the market, for example, Mazda MX-30, are still packaged like a combustion car. But
that's really funny. Yeah.
I think it's because of the psychological effect, because this kind of car with new kind of propulsion is like too weird for people, you know.
Yeah, maybe they are not used to it, no? And the companies are still scared about this. It's also for certain people, no? In certain age. Maybe earlier generations, they are still used to older cars, no? And they are fixed to these products. They are maybe in love with these cars, no? And that's why they are not tended to accept these new trends, no? But the new generations, they are more open for this, and for but they are more open, I think, for sharing the cars in the world than for buying one. But they always want to drive a nice car, no? This will not change. So this is the main role of the designer, to make a nice car. This needs to be, the mission needs to be really simple. Make a nice car. Okay, Žofia, sorry, we need to get to the question. Can you please read once more?
Yeah, you sure? This one, Roy. For someone who starts a project from scratch, when would it be wise to start thinking about the regulation and package and everything? In my own experience, it really hurts the creative process in the beginning. Do you agree? It kills
really
the creativity?
Kills the creativity.
Like the regulations, what you were talking about. Technical
we need to
regulation.
This technical regulation we need to have in head, but in the first stage, of course, you don't need to stick to these regulations. You need to create your ideas, as I explained. For example, this one. This sketch is not sticking to the package or any proportion of the car, but it's holding the elements. No? Keeping the element is important. No? That we have a window, what has 2 parts or 3 parts, 3 windows or 2 windows on the side. We have the wheelbase certain, we have A-post a little bit backwards. No? We have a bigger hood in the front. And what is the reason of this? Of course, you need to ask yourself or ask the project manager in the company later on. And the stuff like this, we need to have in mind this by sketching the first ideations. Of course, you are overdoing the wheels for yourself, or you are a bit, as I said, this is just for yourself, no? The ideation. It's not for to present. If you are presenting, then you have already the idea, you put it on the package, and then you develop it with the modeler to the next stage. Yeah, I think I could answer this question. So it's killing the creativity in the start to stick, but it depends also on your experience. No? For example, you can have an idea in your head, and you can. Sorry, I'm just still not 100% with this program. You can have your idea in your head, and you can directly draw it on this, for example. No? You can take a color, and you can bring your idea directly there. This is also another way, no? And you have it already really fast done. At the end, will be like this, but of course it's not helping to your creative process. You need to start to think really free at start. No? I would advise, for sure. But you need to have in head that the basic proportion of the car is like this because of the wheelbase, because of the DLO graphic, because of different parts.
And was it difficult for you, like, to combine all of this, all the creativity, like the package, like the technical limitation, and everything in the beginning when you started to work for Volkswagen, like to combine all these aspects of the work? Isn't it like quite like challenging? Because
yeah, at start it was not easy, no? I need to learn always. I still need to learn a lot of stuff now. It's important to learn all the life. But it took some time. It took some time. Everything takes some time. You need to have certain patience with this. No? It's a patience thing. But as you see, you can draw your ideas directly on this. No? But you do more precise in Photoshop. But I think it's enough to explain and to answer your question. No? The question was if it's good to start with some scratch, from scratch, no? from the doodles, or already with some package, no? If it doesn't break the process. No? So of course it depends on the skills, no? or on your thinking. No? What's the end? What's the product? How does it look like at the end? No? If you have a certain freedom to change the whole base, if you have freedom, you have in braking that you can move the A post a bit backwards or the C post a bit faster, then you can do this, and you need to test on the side view like this. You need to test it and then put together and decide what is nicer. What has a better feeling? This has a more sporty feeling, or that has more elegant feeling, or what is the briefing of the car? Depends. Yeah. Good. So, for example, no? Okay, then I was explaining how to get to electric car, no? From combustion.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, doing bigger wheels, no? Because the car will be stretched more, so the wheels needs to be bigger to get a better proportion. Why? Because also you cannot, I would say, you cannot do your body longer without touching the legs. No? Imagine your body will be longer with the same length of the legs. No? So the legs will look smaller, no? To the bigger body, and it's not natural. So I would call it proportion is something natural. What we feel is the right. No? What we see is the right. It's also in the body. It has certain mathematic also rules, like in the golden Schnitt or this golden rule.
Golden ratio, yeah.
Golden ratio, yeah.
So the proportion, do you think you need to feel it rather than explaining? It's like you feel it, this is right and this is wrong. Like this is too short, this is...
Yeah, for instance on the body. Imagine that that your legs get smaller. No? This means I will be small, will have small legs, and then it's like doing the small wheels for the car. Of course, it's working until some point, but not unending. No? Yeah, and also too big is also not nice. And also the nose. No? It's the nose also you need to have. It cannot be like a caricature. The car. It needs to have some nice proportion. You need to feel, for instance, how could I explain? You need to feel this proportion is proportion. So it means you are comparing something to something else. So, for example, you are comparing in this nose here, this area what has a shadow, with this area what is a light catcher. So this and this surface, they need to have certain relation. No? Doesn't need to. It cannot be like 50-50. 50-50 can be, of course, but it's more acceptable, I think, when it has this proportion. Like this is a bit bigger and this is a bit smaller, or the greenhouse cannot be too small, yeah? Or too big again, because when it's too big, then it's also like the head, yeah? This is like the legs, it's like the head, and it needs to be kind of acceptable, yeah? It cannot be too big. And optically, you are playing later in the production car with the lines, how to do it optically smaller. And with all the elements of the car, you are playing then in the package, how to get it similar to the proportion of the sketch. And this is, I think, the most important to know, no? That why we are doing exaggerated sketches. Of course, they have always good proportion, always and we try it to get to the production car, no? This trick is actually always good for your sketches, is to use some wheels that you don't need to draw them, because it's a job of other designer. This is always really not really comfortable to draw ellipse in Procreate for me. Maybe not so good in the software, but it's the only way how we can show this. Okay, any questions? Hello, hello. Okay.
I have a question maybe. What would be like the best tips or the biggest tips that help you the most, like you personally?
Most tips that helps me. What really helps me was starting with 3D thinking and 3D, no? As soon as possible. It was really important for me to learn how I can think in 3D, to learn this as soon as possible, because here you are drawing just something 2D, and this is a bit different. And 3D is the situation different than here. So this helps us to start as soon as possible with 3D thinking. So, for instance, to start in speed form or in Alias or in Maya software, like this. I would advise this as soon as possible to understand this three-dimensional part of design, because otherwise we are talking about graphic design. You can do the same in the graphic design company. So that's the really important. It was really important for me to get this, to start with 3D thinking. And I learned a lot of working on the clay. It was the first stage when I started to work. And this was a really big help for me. And I especially need to thank to my boss. He is now my boss, and he was my colleague and team leader. Now he's my boss, Marco Pavone, and he was teaching me a lot also during the Polo project. I was working also on the proportion model and also on the design model. And he taught me a lot about the 3D, thinking in 3D and maybe translating into the clay the ideas. And this was a really big help, really big thanks to him. Yeah. But for example, you can learn now with the new techniques the same in the 3D program. In the Maya, you are guys using Maya, or which
Blender.
softwares are?
Most of them.
Or Blender.
Most of the guys are using Blender, I would say.
You can learn the same in Blender. Huh? You know how the 3D is working, so it needs just a little bit more time, patience, and then you can solve these 3D problems, because the surfaces, intersections, and stuff like this. No? It's about moving with the points here and there to get the desired shape.
So, do you think that it's a good way to work when you switch between 3D and 2D? Like maybe you model something rough and then sketch over it, or?
Yeah, that's perfect way, no? Then you start to understand, no? And then you have more possibilities how to think in 2D also, and what is possible for your idea and what's not possible. You sort out really fast, because when you just use 2D, yeah, maybe draw something what is not so easy to make in 3D, and then this process takes much more time. It's much faster, you understand much faster when you start already after some practice in sketching, you start modeling, at least something really rough, and then you sketch over it. It's fastening the process, of course, yeah, definitely. And nevertheless, also the presentation skills are improving then, because we are presenting something what is closer to reality, because nowadays the softwares are able to render in really realistic way, so you can present a kind of realistic, semi-realistic sketches. That's really advantage now of this 3D software. And the sketches you are presenting then, they are really similar with the feeling, because in 3D you can turn the sculpture what you model, and you can do it from different view with the same feeling. That's really important. That's really advantage for you guys to start with this as soon as possible, because as I know it's fastening the process really a lot. It's just advantage. It's not that you need to do. It's not that I'm pushing for something what is not good, but it's really important, and it's really improving your. It's fastening your process, to get to the to get job, or to get it faster, and to be this really orientated on your what you want. Okay. Okay. So here I explained how you can fasten the project, the process of the drawing. You can put the wheels from some different car, because it's not that important. It's just for you to get some feeling what you want to do for this project, and then you can do this in 3D.
There is a question. Okay, we have a question from YouTube. Devendra Sharma, sorry for pronunciation, is asking, no one is using alias subdivision. Are you using alias subdivision tool?
What is subdivision?
I think it's like they implemented the speed form in the.
Yeah.
Andrei, you are using it, no? Andrei Nať.
Yeah, but it's same, no?
Do you use it, Michal, or not? No.
No, not yet. I'm using just that what we have officially in our company. Official software, just. So, but Speedform we have some,
Yeah, but Speedform has subdivision. It's like polygonal.
I think yes. Yeah. But from I don't know, from some time it will be. I think they will cancel the Speedform.
Yeah.
From some time, and it will be possible just to use this subdivision, right?
Yeah, it's like this in alias. You have the subdivision, and then you have like the traditional alias tools. Yeah.
Okay, I use just this Speedform now, because for me Speedform the best tool, but the subdivision will be the same. No? I can model also in alias. I did alias course, and my first models in alias, but Speedform, it's kind of polygonal modeling, and it's really faster to form something, to change some form, than making this surface modeling in alias by putting the lines and surfaces in between. In the professional world, you have modelers, and it's about communication between modeler and designer, and it's about giving the right feedback to the modelers, and then the modelers are basically doing this job for you in a professional way. So the Speedform model I'm doing just for myself, just to create these sketches. And it's really rough for me. Not that precise. The precise stage of design process we are doing by help of the modelers, of professional CAD modelers in design departments. And then, of course, in the next stages of design, the engineers, they are translating in the Struct this model to precise A-class surfacing, and then the car is getting more and more mature and more grown up, technically and design-wise also really developed then this way. So these are the next stages of the design process. It's really important to mention, because it's not just finishing by the sculpture what we are doing in Speedform. As I said, it's just 20% of design process, and the next 80% is this communication and meetings with the technical guys. It's important to know this, at least. You don't need to learn the theories and stuff like this. It's important to have in mind that, for instance, if I explain this, here we start with the doodles of the cars, with the ideations. Before this, there are some meetings with marketings and so on, where we define the way, or which way we are going. Then we are creating, as a creative designers, ideations for the car, and together with sketch, depends on your abilities. You can do speed form, or as you said it is alias add-on. And then in the next stage, we are developing a model with we are developing a design model with cooperation of the modelers, designers, whose modelers are building really professional model. This is the next stage. In these stages, for example, here and here we have presentations to the chefs, and here the same at the end of the stage, where they choose the right directions and the right proposals. And then we choose one car, or they choose, the bosses, they choose one car, and we go that direction, either for show car or for the production. And the car will be probably a bit different, will be we'll have a bit more. Okay, it gets, for instance, for the show car now, it gets a bit longer, a bit more stretch, I don't know. Yeah, and then again, there are probably, in this stage, there are probably 5, 6 design models on a really good quality level, done by modelers, CET modelers, together with designers. And in this third stage, we have just 1 to 2 design models, where we have already chosen design way. Next step, we proceed with 1 or 2 design models on the driver and passenger cars. For the next steps, where the presentations with board. It means the bosses of the whole company, or of the main departments, or stuff like this. And there we show 1 to 2 designs. Later on, this takes maybe 1 year, until 1 year of the whole process of the design. The rest 4 years, 3-4 years, we are doing different stuff. This is just 1 year, 20%. Creativity process is just at the start, it's here. And then the next 4 years, you guys will work, if you get a job in a car company, I would say 3-4 years, depends. Cooperation with technical to get the car on the street, and this is really a marathon running. This is, you cannot stop there, and in between there are presentations of both to bosses, to your boss, to the bigger bosses, and so on. There are some discussions. There are changes, a lot of changes, also on the design way. And there are also big presentations to the board. And during these 3-4 years, we are doing this. And after a couple of years, they are sending the model to Stark also. And Stark is doing then the last millimeter changes on the surfaces, on the corners, on the lines. Strag is doing, for instance, you have a surface and you design, for instance, how to explain. You have some section. You have some section, and the line. And the Strag is doing really this, how this line is curved, which radius is on this line, which kind of material we are using for this. It's a metal sheet, usually, and which techniques we are using for bending this, how big is the radius here possible to do, what is the smallest one to get the line as sharp as possible here. For this also, you need to think a bit earlier, maybe in the earliest stage. Here you need to think about this in the start of this 3-year stage, because this may change also your design. So it's also to know this. It's good to know this already here. Now maybe not here, but here already, yes. Because may change also your design, may influence. But in this stage here, in this stage, you need to be creative. Of course, you need to get this creativity, to bring this creativity all through the whole process. This is important. Because you can be asked from your boss, do a new side of the car, do a new rear of the car. And then again, you need to start here with the sketches, with the ideation, with this first stage. Or it can happen that on this presentation with board, they will discuss, okay, the front is nice, but the rear is nice, but on the side could be something different. And you need to start with ideas as a chosen designers or 2 designers, or how many they choose, how many they like. So this is the whole process, and at the end, here after the Strag is finished, there is a final presentation after 3-4 years, 5 years of design process and communications and presentations, and after this marathon, finally the production car is finished. Yeah, after all this, and so just to explain you how it's working. Any questions on this?
And the designers are present in every stage of this evolution. Or
designers, yes. Yeah. Designer need because for example this stage here after 3-4 years on this stage, you can also be asked to do ideas. You are asked to do ideas, or you are asked. Designer role is not just doing the ideas; it's also
can you guys hear me?
Improving the shapes, improving the lines, improving the corners, improving the proportions, rotating car, communicating with Strag modelers, and doing the meetings together with Strag modelers and improving each corner, discussing. You can have meeting every week, like repeating meeting with Strag modelers where you discuss each corner of the car how to improve it. That's the main goal, no? To get the car on the street, and that's the way how usually the companies bring this. Every company is doing like this. No? You need to know this. That the creative process is mostly here, just in the start, like the sketches and ideations. But you need to be creative all over the whole process, of course, because you are not working just on one project. You are working on 3, 4, 5 projects, and in that time, meanwhile, you are like having some meetings with Strag, meetings, presentations to the bosses, presentations to the boards of 1, 2 projects, and meanwhile, you are getting in the second year or third year here, you are getting another project, or you are winning another project somewhere here, no? And then you have a lot of projects, a lot of termines in your Outlook calendar where you need to synchronize, where you need to work. And as I said, it's design process. It's not about one thing. It's really nice to have it this variety of everything inside, no? And of course communication is really important with the people, and it's a bit pity that because of this situation we cannot be face to face, no, to the people. But okay, it's maybe this digital process is fastening this, you know? Because it is also, no? It's faster, you know? When we meet with our colleagues on the Skype or wherever on the Teams, then it's of course faster. I don't need to go to them, and I don't need to travel by company car somewhere to the different company, external company. I can call them, they can share the screen, and it's really fast, you know? Like 2 years ago, I had a company car. I needed to drive like crazy every day, like 2 times to different spot, no? And yeah, the funny thing was that there have been some really cool company cars like Scirocco R or Golf R, and you could have fun also a little bit on the road. Yeah, this is just a bit of. Okay, any question for this? Creative process is like, I would say 20%. So here 20%. And
Misha, can I have ideology more question? This is about Golf, because it's iconic car for Volkswagen and generally for industry, iconic car. So how do you think, as a designer with a big experience, especially with this company, why it's so iconic? Is it some, I don't know, marketing things or strategy of Volkswagen, or its style, or why?
Thanks for the question. Andre, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Nice question, because it's a really iconic product. Golf, Volkswagen Golf is selling really well, especially in Europe and in Germany. It's a really iconic car because actually Volkswagen was lifted up by this product. Volkswagen was like starting from crisis by this car. where Giorgetto Giugiaro designed first Golf, and he was. Then we sticked on this tradition, and we developed the Golf until the 8th generations now, and this was the really first iconic car, I think. Also, yeah, beside the Beetle also, or also other iconic cars, but I think Golf makes Golf such an iconic car because it helped Volkswagen in the first stages, where the Volkswagen was on the corner of destroy, or the almost like fell down, and this Italian designer Giorgetto Giugiaro really helped Volkswagen by this product. And I think also in the way of product thinking, this is universal product for everybody. In my opinion, that's why it's so famous and so iconical. And from design way of thinking is making this car really iconic. This C-post is really typical Golf, and this dynamism of the car, what we did in the Golf 8 is also really nice, because the society is pushing for this. They want something fresh, something more dynamic. I think the first Golf was the best Golf, because from this Golf was where other generations then evolved, and the evolution of this car is pretty nice, because we are having also new technical requirements, new demands, new customer demands. Also in Golf 8 we put more for the luxury, or for the customer feeling, for customer needs, because the customer needs are much bigger than before. That's why the car is getting more complicated, more and more complicated, more on other way. In my opinion, we need to do cars more and more clean, more and more understandable, and more like integrated, because this kind of design thinking defines also like timeless design. You take first Golf, it's why it's so nice, because it's timeless. It's really cool, really simple, and without any unnecessary things. We start to add a lot of stuff based on the demands of the customer, and that's why we are complicating the product. And in the other way, we need to simplify now. We need to think how to simplify again. How to simplify, how to get to this pureness of the first stages of the design.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so I hope this helps you guys to have a bit at least of the feeling how the car designer works, or how is the whole process. And we showed some base tutorials. I don't want to do some super nice renderings, because on one hand there is no time for this. That's why we decided with Žofia just to go in this way, because this might be for you really helpful. I hope so. maybe for the future to decide if you really want to do this job, because you need to at least know this, how it's working, and you don't need to you don't need to have this knowledge of the engineers or something, just to explain how this runs. Because for every stage there are some colleagues, they are working with you, and you are working with them as a team also. And this makes this job so nice that you are working with the other guys, with other people together on this product. They have other knowledge, they are more engineers, and working together. Yeah. Good.
So thank you so much, Michal, for chatting with us and showing us your skills. It was definitely helpful. Like, I think students learn a lot from this, from like different perspective, because like there is kind of a myth, what is a car design, and then like designers come from the company, and then that's maybe a little bit different than how students imagine it.
Yeah, so, so definitely, definitely. Oh.
Huh? Yeah. Now we see your desk.
now you see me. Yeah. Okay. I hope it was helpful.
I think so. Because like no one is really discussing like the role of designers. Like people usually think you just sketch like all day, whole day.
Exactly. You just sketch always, and nobody knows really this. I also sketch. I mean, I sketch something like on a paper, like sketches. But you need to understand what about is this. You need to understand. This is really important for the guys. And if you sketch, I always like to sketch on the paper, and doesn't matter of the precise sketches of in the first stage. In the first stage matters just the idea. You need to put the idea on the paper, and then you can pronounce the idea to the precise package or precise outline of the project, what you get later on. And this you can of course practice. You can practice this. Okay.
Cool glasses, Misha.
Pardon?
I say cool glasses.
Cool glasses.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, there are many guys, actually. How many guys? How to see these?
From what I see here, 27. That's nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
So hello to everybody. I hope you enjoy it. I would like to show also more. I would like to show in speed form, but the technical stuff here is not allowing me this, because the speed form there is not on. I have just iPad. On iPad I have this Procreate software where I could show you this stuff what I showed just now. Yeah, sorry, Žofia.
And like, if the students wants to reach for you, how can they contact you? Do you have some like Instagram or like where they can find you?
Yes. Feel free to contact me. Yeah, maybe I was in the late time. I was a bit busy by doing a job. At work we had a lot of stuff also to do. But on the other hand, I'm always happy when somebody contacts me, and also feel free to speak, to ask something. And nowadays, don't send me the portfolios, because I think I also spoke with my team leader, Felipe Montoya, and he said it's now no way to get another guys. to the company because of the situation. So, but regarding the design process or sketching techniques or proportions or whatever you like, you can contact me. Yeah.
Okay.
Please feel free. Yeah.
So I can give them your email or your Instagram.
Yeah. I also have Instagram account or Facebook or
okay.
Or email. Yeah. The best is maybe on Messenger or Instagram. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So I will just type your name here in the chat.
All right.
Again, so they can find you.
Good.
And your Instagram is how is your Instagram handle? I always forgot.
Oh, I don't know. A second. Miško Uch.
Miško Uch. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and unfortunately we couldn't meet because last year when I was doing together with Boris Griel and Tomas Bachorski this project from Volkswagen, it was really nice to be there and to meet with you guys and to have this direct contact and to do these workshops like years ago. Personally, this was really good. Yeah, and I hope it will come soon.
Yeah, I hope we can continue like with some other projects. Yeah, because you've seen the quality, like you've seen the semestral works. I posted it on Instagram. You've been there in the commission. Yeah. We were
yeah, the quality raises. Yeah. This is really good. Yeah. And it's about pushing for this. No? If it's your dream, then go for it. And you guys, you need to have some cíl for Augen, no? some cíl pred očami. Ne?
So yeah, you have to have a goal and like trying to
and this exactly this needs to be really valuable. No? Because if this is valuable, then you have to fight for something. No? You have to really push for something. No? And I think this is quite valuable when you are doing for the industry, for the people, for everybody, for the production. And the cars, they need to look nice. No? It's always pleasant when you see the car, when you drive the car, what is nice, what is not just a box. No? Yeah, and also technical requirements. You as a designer, you are doing not just nice car, also technically working, no? But technically it needs to be nice. No? So you need to like translate this your skills and your artistic skills to this functionality. Yeah. That's the most important. Yeah, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge, always. It's a big challenge for you.
Okay, do you guys have some questions? Because we will start with another guest in a few minutes. So if you have some specific question to Michal, you can ask now.
One last questions.
Okay, no question on YouTube.
But I think everything was said, like what is important. No?
Okay, great. And
I would say I have a question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, continuing on the topic for how do I say that? Like the design process. How would you describe like the politics in car companies nowadays? Because a lot of people tell me that's like a big topic. A lot of people fell out of continuing doing the stop doing car design because they think the politics in car design are too stressful. I don't know.
Too stressful, yeah. Too many fields, as I explained. Too many. Is a variety of different things inside car design. But I think a lot of people, they stop with this because they think they have nowadays no possibility to make internship or to get a job. But please, guys, don't stop with this. It's a really interesting job. It's really nice, and I think also in other way, to answer your question, the companies are simplifying. Also, if you look on the Tesla, for instance, they are doing kind of similar design on each car, or similar teams using it. So it's no need to have so many creative designers. On the other hand, Chinese companies, they are hiring still a lot of designers, and they need a lot of creative designers. So I think soon this comes also to Europe, and a lot of companies, they will be again hiring here, probably not in the same way, in my opinion, probably in more digital way. So it means you will be probably able to work from home as a designer, because actually it's faster to communicate with the engineers and with other guys on these platforms.
Oh, that's good motivation.
I think you need to fight for this. If you want to do this, then go for it.
Got it. Well, thank you so much. That's a great answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have more questions? And Slavomír Ozánik, are you here? Maybe you can show us on the camera. Ahoj, hi.
Hi, Slavo.
Nepočujeme ťa. We cannot hear you. Technical difficulties. So Slavomír is also like our ex-schoolmate, like he's from the same university, Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Bratislava, Slovakia. And he was also your schoolmate, Michal, no? Like you were not in the same.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. Hi.
Okay. So, hi, Michal.
Hi, Slav. Nice to see you after a long time.
Yeah, after a few years.
Yeah.
For all other guys, we spent with Michal a few months in Germany together, like flatmates. So it was very nice. He was in that time already employer of Volkswagen, and I was there for internship on interior design. We were there together with two other guys from our school, because there was I would say there was challenge in our school with Project 2030, and we were chosen from our school to go there together for internship. So we spent with Michal a long time together. So it was nice time.
Yeah. And with Akos also, we've been living together in 4-room apartment.
Yeah, but it was great.
It was cool. Yeah.
It was like double stairs, or how it's say, double floor. Flat, so it was nice. Okay, Michal, maybe I have a question for you, because I'm thinking many times about the possibility to go work to automotive industry, but I still like more product design. So my question is, if you are not sometimes not like boring or not like boring, but if you still have a fresh mind to sketching cars, because after a few months on internship and after 6 years on transport design, I had feelings like, what I will sketch after 3 years or something. So question is, how you keep your mind still fresh to sketch car design, and where is inspiration, or where you find inspiration for you? I know that a lot of guys which came to your studio from school, they're also inspiration for you, because it's like fresh something. So maybe this is the question from my side only.
Yeah, thanks, Lau, for the question. And I think the biggest inspiration is the lifestyle. And you guys, it's a question of the life. What's the reason of the life and so on, and how you are living your life, basically. If you are living healthy, that's also influencing your creativity. If you are on different ways, it's like healthy living on each level of your being. It means also your mental health, also your spiritual, and also your physical health, and everything together. To have some program, to run, not like sleeping until 12 and then getting up and then working at night. This is not good way. During the students' time, we lived like this most of the time, working at night and sleeping long. But this is wrong. This is wrong, because then you can do this for a couple of years when you are really young. Costs a lot of energy, but later on you will see this is not so good idea. Because you need to have also your personal life and also some interests, some hobbies. I really like to go to the nature and to go hiking and to climb also, and to do some extreme sports. And also faith is my big support, really big, the first spot. And that's the most, I would say, the most important in my life, and how it support creativity, and on the first spot, thanks God for this. This is like that in my life. So this is the answer on your question.
Okay, thank you. So you are in German, right?
Yes. Because we still need to do something there now. I'm working on the production, and there is certain need to see the model also in the 3D. It's not enough when you are working on the car that is running on the street, and it's suddenly done just in 3D. It's not enough. You need to see it, and you need to check it. So you need to be physically there, actually. It's important. And I really enjoy this job. It's really cool to work together with the clay modelers, to speak together. Also on the virtual way is also interesting to work together with colleagues. But 100 more times more interesting. It's really physical contact with people.
Okay. Okay.
That I would say for this.
You're same color. You're in red together.
In red, yeah.
We are a team.
This was not the intention.
No.
I hope so.
Right team.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So Slavo will discuss with us more like industrial design, and you have a lot of experience in bicycle design, yeah?
Yeah, it's almost like sport design or sports equipment, but I have also experience with another products, but most of them are for sport industry. So It's about bicycles, helmets, bags, lights. everything what you can imagine for sports. So that's we are able to design or preparing 3D data, consult with the production and everything else. So we are like full package in one place. So we can support every company. I don't think so that the automotive, because there is a very complicated like chassis and everything else. This is a special department on automotive, but for product design, it's a little bit different not about thinking. I think we have a very similar parts with the automotive. Maybe Michal and you also, Žofia, you have also the same experience, but during design we have to think also about a lot of details which are like ergonomic, functional, production, if it will be ready for 2 molds, 3 molds, or it will be only bended and everything else. So this is a little bit different that me as designer, I have to think about these details before I start with sketching. So I would like to show all guys here on this meeting. I would like to show them some instruction or how I sketch bicycle helmet. I prepare some base sketch, so we will sketching. Yeah, there is not so many details, but it's very important to know many parts, and it's as Michal said before, difference between design in school or design for yourself and design for product or for clients is different. The design work is only like 20%. Rest of this time is usually like engineering and 3D modeling and prototyping and consultation with production, consultation with clients, and everything else. So if somebody wants to be only like sketching monkey, or how we talk about designers in Volkswagen, sketching monkey, yeah, I think it's very hard to find a job like this one, because Michal also, he's not sketching the whole time during his work in Volkswagen. So that's the difference between school and job. And yeah, I would like to go back with also with Michal ideas, or how would say. He told also about the 3D modeling, that it helps him or it helped him for better thinking about design. I can recommend this also because I'm working every day on 3D software, but we are working mostly with the NURBS, so it's CAD modeling, and it is very important to know how surfaces works in reality. So you can sketch everything. You can sketch fantasies, everything, but sometimes you sketch something that is not real to production or something. And if you know, combine your thinking about aesthetic with knowledge from 3D software, then you can create really very precise sketch of something that is real, productible, or I don't know the right word.
It's like you can translate it into the reality, like
yeah,
you can prepare the
this
molds for it and stuff.
Because if you are good only in sketching, then you are like artist, you are a painter. But if you want to be like a real designer, I think you have to know sketch something that is like real, more realistic and real for production. On the other way, there is very big trouble that your design will have to be really heavy modified by engineers, and it will be not the same like on your sketch.
So you're doing then double work, like redesigning your own design. Yeah,
but it's normal. I think also with my knowledge in 3D data or 3D modeling, usually I also sketch something which I think, okay, this is normal, this will be work in a 3D, and when we put it into 3D software, then we look, okay, these have to go 2 millimeters lower, higher, and everything else, and it's the basic shapes are changing somehow. So usually it's also teamwork with a 3D modeler or or yeah, like this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe we can also like show our students like what we've done in the previous workshop. So we wrote a book about it, and they can download it for free and learn about it a bit. So I will share my screen. Yeah. Yeah. So we had like one workshop dedicated to more like motorcycle design, and Slavomír was like discussing and like explaining his process, like how to start with like simple icons, with the rough ideation, with rough like things, and then he chose one and he developed it into like full presentable sketch. So if you are interested in, yeah, just go and find the book. It's in the YouTube, in the description box below. You can download it for free. And yeah, here in the beginning there is a YouTube logo, so you just click on it, and the demonstration will like open in a new tab, so you can watch the process in real time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, this YouTube video, I think I checked it again before this meeting, and it's nice to see the process. It's quite hard to understand some moves without voice, which I talked then. But yeah, I think it can help. For today, I would like to sketch something more dirty, or not so soft as with this scooter, because we have like 2 hours or something. So let's see how far we can go with this sketch.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
But we will
so
sketch.
You can share your screen.
Yeah. Okay. So I will share my screen. Open share. It's an open share tray, or.
Yeah, but we see just the
yeah,
green screen.
Okay, I think.
Yeah, now we can see it. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so I would like to start with this base, which I prepared during Michal talked at the morning. So here you can see basic shape of MTB Enduro helmet. Wait, I will put this here just for a second. Okay. So here you can see we have here like basic accessories for helmet. So this is the straps for mounting on the head, and then we have basic shape of the helmet. So it's here. So this is the space where is your head inside, and this is the shield. The helmet, we have a lot of different kind of helmets. So I don't know if you see now my Google or not.
No, we just see the Photoshop
okay.
screen.
So I have to switch.
Now we see the green
here.
screen.
I have to switch here, right?
Now we see, yeah.
Okay, so here you can see a lot of mountain MTB helmet, which are maybe for you not different, but for example, these 2 helmets we can compare. This one has a higher shield. This one is more straight, and you can move with your shield up and down. So this is also very important before you start with sketching. You have to know more details about the product which you want to design. So you have to know for which kind of sport it will be used, what is the main purpose of the shield, how they're using it. So for me because I'm biker, so I like bikes, all kinds, road bike, MTB bike, enduro bike, everything else. So I know a lot of stuff about helmet. I know a lot of stuff about what I need during cycling. So I can create a helmet with more detailed point of view as somebody who don't know or who know nothing about helmets. For example, on this helmet, we can see that there is a lot of these holes which are necessary for good cooling during ride. So if you are go uphill or downhill, there is really big temperature on your head, so you have to go out with this temperature from your head. Also, you have the back part of the helmet. It's very strong according to different helmets. For example, classic MTB, like cross-country helmets, they don't have so strong rear part, like we can see here. So this part is covering whole your rear part of head to save your, I don't know, save your brain. You have to know also details like this adjustment, or how it say, this tool to fix position on your head. So there is some cut line, which if you don't know about this, if you didn't try any helmets, maybe you will not think about this cut line here. And if it will be flat there, you can't use these accessories. So it's quite detailed, but very important. Also, moving with shield, some helmets are very hard, like they have only one position. Other helmets have moving. So this is details which you have to study, I think, about all project, not only about helmet. But Michal told also about car that you have there a lot of details which you have to know, like where will be head, where will be legs, how high will be roof, where will be wheels, and everything else. So you have these details on each project, and if you want to create it in the best way, you have to study, or you have to analyze this project before you start with sketching. Very important part is also to know sometimes, it's depend of your support, or with producer or with clients, because sometimes you have a product which need to be produced just from 2 molds, or you have no limitation about molds and about production. So then you can be only like artist, you can sketch something, and the producer can, I would say, rebuild or modify your design into 3D according his experiences, and then you can see. Yeah, but a lot of times there is big difference between your sketch and 3D data, which are made by a producer. During process also on helmet, there is some details like construction, what have to be big, what have to be small. There is also limitation about how would say like legislative. Žofia, do you know it's correct, or about safety? You have there.
Yeah, it's the law. Yeah, it's like
it's the law. Yeah, it's the law.
It's so the European Union in our case, it's like, yeah, they have like the safety law and these restrictions.
Yeah. So in the project like in the product like helmet, there are a lot of law which you have to understand, or which you will let on producer. But as I said, sometimes it's not good, because a producer can modify your helmet really different way, and usually it's like Chinese producers. So I'm not sure sometimes with this modification, but not all. A lot of Chinese producers are really talented. So I would like to sketch something like this helmet. So it will be Enduro MTB helmet with higher shield. This is also one detail for maybe for you guys which are not bikers. Before or sometimes ago, there was more helmet like this one, but then a lot of bikers started using full face glasses, and for better riding uphill, they are they are moving the glasses on the helmet during ride uphill. So here, this high shield, there is possible to maybe, I don't know I don't know if on this one helmet, but you can go higher with shield and then put your full face glasses here on the helmet, and you have clear view during uphill ride. So this was just a short explanation, and now I will switch to Photoshop, and I will start with
Oh,
sketch.
and I didn't say thank you, like Michal.
I think you can see it now. And yeah, we can start with sketching.
Yeah, and I wanted to say thank you so much, Michal, for joining us. Like, if you want, you can like stay here, of course, and like join the discussion. Yeah, thank you so much, Michal.
All right, you are welcome. Yeah. Yeah, thanks to everybody for listening, and enjoy the next presentations, workshops. Ciao.
Ciao. Okay, so as I said at the start, I will try to sketch something very fast because we have like 2 hours. So when you want to sketch helmet, you have to know some details about the helmet, what you have to create there. So we will need there some holes for cooling. We will need their shield. We need there also these straps to fit helmet on the head, and yeah. So I think we can start with just fast sketching. I think I will use red color for lines. So here I have some basic position of shield, and yeah, maybe we can create something more like horizontal, because a lot of helmets are created like this one. So you have air vents here, but yeah, let's do something different. So maybe with some big plate here. I very like on sketches something which has some main theme. So let's say that this part will be like main part which will be possible to recognize from the other helmets. So maybe it could be like horizontal, and all the lines we can go with this direction. Here you don't have any rules on sketching, I think. If you will start with some sketch, you can sketch it only like free, and then if you will have some basic shapes, then you can start thinking about holes, because yeah, usually when I'm sketching, I'm creating basic theme here. And after that, I'm combining it with the holes. So, for example, in this part would be one air vent. I don't know, maybe if we will create something here, here can be also one cooling hole, and yeah, also on the front. So we can sketch very free, and then step by step we can be more focused on detail. And yeah, so first we sketch like this one. Usually I'm not using Photoshop for sketching. Usually I'm sketching on the paper with pencil, and after that I choose basic graphic ideas or basic shapes, and then I go to Photoshop and working on something more detailed. But for now I will try to sketch here. So if you have something like this one, can be more concrete. If you will have any question, just ask. It's not. I will try to answer. Also in helmet, I think it's for me it's very helpful to see another brands and another designs of helmets, because you should know how the market is going. Just to know about it. You don't need inspire for market, because you should be like original one. But yeah, you can see sometimes very ugly helmet with very nice detail, which you like, and you can not remake it, but you can use something similar, but make it better. Like Edison and what say about this lighting bubble. Yeah, so here we can also cut the helmet, so this part could be the different color or different material. So yeah, but let's try just sketch something free, and then we will see. Okay, I think I will not create here the hole, because the I like more when it's clear. So this will be clean, and the holes can be here on the top. Yeah, I'm using Photoshop usually. I tried also sketch with Sketchbook, but I like also playing with some how would say. I like to play with pictures of my friend, and I'm creating some funny picture of them. So I think Photoshop is very cool for this also, and Photoshop is very good also with these filters and all details which you can use for your sketch. For example, coloring, variation, blur, yeah, everything else. For example, this part, like these straps are from normal picture, and for guys which wasn't here before on scooter workshop, we used a normal picture. So for example, I have here prepared sketch of car which I would like to use because of color. So if you have sketch like this one and you want to use only like outline of the wheels or outline of the car, I'm using this function. So you go to filter and find edges, and then it will convert your sketch into basic lines which are for computer clear. So you see that where is the big difference between colors or step between colors, or you can recognize there any line. Then you can switch this picture only with this this filter, find edges, into just like this one. So then you can create very simple. You don't have to resketch some detail. You just find edges, and then you can create details like this one, which are necessary for a sketch of products. So for example, if you will sketch some machine, some I don't know, mouse for PC, helmet, bag, or everything else, you can use this filter for any detail which you don't need to redesign, but it's necessary for this product. So I think this I would say this will help you. Yeah. Okay, so let's say that this will be the base. This sketch will be the base for our helmet, and now it's important what do you want from this sketch. So if this is very rough sketch, now we can make it a little bit clear or cleaner. So I go a little bit lower with opacity, and I will resketch again with the few lines. So, and you have still opportunity to change some details on it because you are still sketching. So I think also this is very important for you to know that it's only like a game. You know, you don't have to be so serious with sketching. Like, okay, this have to be really real or something. I don't think so. Usually I very like if I see also in portfolio which guys send to us, I very like sketches like this one, but not so big in one side or one slide. It's very nice to see how people think. For me, it's very important not the quality. I mean, not the complicated model. Usually, I like very simple ideas, and I think it's for me. It's much more important than if you create sketch which is very complicated, a lot of colors, a lot of everything else, and you don't see there this basic idea. You know, it's like when you see, I think you know Alien and Predator, or how to say in English, but Alien was, I think, very interesting animal for everyone, but if you check this very closely, it has normal legs, normal arms, everything, normal tail, but these parts are like cut for many parts and brushed and everything else, and it looks very complicated. So in normal it's very nice and very interesting, but for product design I think it's not working like that. I think in product design you should create something with a main idea, and then you can work with the details. Like you have to go from big into the detail, not in the other way. So okay, so yeah, and what I wanted to tell was that usually I like more if I can see how people think during sketching, so or during design. So I like when I can see, for example, one helmet with 3 types of shape ideas, and not only one with really high quality of Photoshop or rendering. So for me, this is not so important. Yeah, for you guys who are using not Cintiq or graphic tablet, which are not display and tablet in one, I'm using Intuos for many years, and I very like it because I can see, I can sit on my place and in every position, so I can also stand or something. But here, if you don't know, there is the how it say, Žofia, ako je písmenko po anglicky?
Letter?
Letter, yeah. You can press letter R, and then you can move with your display. So it's very good for Intuos tablets. So if you are sketching like this one, so you can move and you can sketch with your natural move or hand, because sometimes it's very hard to go to from here. It's very hard for me because I'm sketching with left hand. So if for me is more natural this one and this one, but if I go in this direction, then it is very hard for me to sketch it. Yeah, okay, so let's say that we can go here. Also, as Michal said before, helmet is also not, or helmet is also a dynamic product, because you have it on head and you are moving with it, so it should have some dynamic lines. You can, if you are not sure with your design if it's dynamic or not, then it's very simple help for you. Usually you can create dynamic just by one step, and it is if you have lines like in the same direction, like this one. If you will have a car or everything else in this direction, this is not dynamic because you have their lines which are in the same direction. But if you will go with one line just a little bit lower, then you can create their more dynamic. Now it looks like the car is going in this direction. If it's straight, you are not sure where is it going. So usually this dynamic is only about some modification. So you don't have to redesign whole your sketch. Sometimes helps only when you change some lines. So maybe this will help. This will helps also during your sketching time. Okay, so we can again we will turn it. Okay, here we have a part for hold this strap. So we can go in this direction maybe. Also in product design, is it the same as in automotive, but we can create some products sometimes a little bit faster than in automotive. And for this is very good if you know 3D, if you know work in 3D software, because then if you want to create something simple, not helmet, but also helmet, we are using 3D printers, so you can very fast model something, and then you can print it out from 3D printer. You can see the real proportions, because if you prepare 3D model and everything looks really nice on 3D model, that's not like you are not winner then, because it's still only 3D. We had a lot of this experience with 3D model and with prototyping, and also we had the similar experience with the helmet for child, also for adults. That we created 3D model, everything looked great. We print it out, and then we find there some problems, but it was not like construction problems, but aesthetical problems. When you can see in 3D data some holes, some cross sections or everything else, and it looks nice, but in reality it needs to move sometimes only like 1 millimeter or 2 millimeters or something. And these details are very important to make product really the best, because difference between cheap product and between really high quality, high-end product, it's usually about details. You can see that also Lamborghini, Ferrari, there is details on the side with the name brand. Also, you can see that material quality. So if you are creating something high-end design, but the producer will use very cheap plastic material or cheap molds or everything else, then if you have this product in your hand, you can see there are these details like not precise molds, not nice plastic material, so you can feel it on your hand, and I think this product is going down on your eyes. Yeah. Okay. So let's say here we can continue sketching. I think, guys, that a lot of you, if you are from design department, or how it's say, I don't know if you are only from transport design or also from another atelier from our school or from other countries. But if you have some experience with helmet, what I think you could have some of you, or with using helmets, maybe we could make this workshop more interesting. And if you are bikers, I saw there somebody who turned on camera and he has a bicycle on the side, so I think he's biker. So maybe we could make this workshop more interesting and join our ideas together and create this helmet maybe more interesting for more people, because I'm not now only sketching something, but if you have some idea from riding experience, maybe we could create there something more like When we created the helmet for our clients, we created here GoPro plate. So from top view of helmet, there was like middle line with cooling on the front and on the rear. But here in the middle, we created there just clear surface without any shapes inside. So it was almost the flat surface where we create the surface for GoPro, for light, and for everything else. So it was just this was just idea which we integrate into this product. And also during design for helmet, we tried create their specific part to adjust rear lights. So if your child is on the skateboard, roller or bicycle, then you can mount there on that position a rear light, anyone from any brand. So this is some features which you can also think about it during design any product. So this is not only about sketching. Okay, this is not about sketching, but now is it only about sketching most of the time? Okay, so now we can see the steps which we did from the start. So here is the basic lines or basic shapes, basic proportion of helmet. Then we started with some idea sketch of horizontal lines. So everything there is just a rough sketch, and now we are here. So this is more clear sketch, which we can start with some shading. We can put there some shadows. Yeah, this go higher. Okay. Sometimes you have to think also about details like this one. You know, you have here a shield, and you have shield here with turning point with this one, but it looks like you have here a hole for cooling. But this is only technical part, that here under the cover or under this shield you can have some pillar with the thread, and so we can lie somehow with this sketching. Okay, I would like to use this color or this kind of sketching style. So if you want to create also sketches, it's not a problem to find some picture. This is from my Instagram, so I use this one. So I will try just move this picture on the side. So here I have like basic palette for the sketch, and I can start with sketching. Usually I'm working with the layers that the basic lines I have on the top. So all brush and all colors I am creating under this layer. So if you sketch everything, you can still see the lines which you have there. Okay, so let's start. Okay, maybe it could be like this one, for example. Also, I like on Photoshop these possibilities, as you can transform it and everything else. Okay, so here's some base. As you can see, this red color is not so good for this background, so I will turn it into white. and move opacity on the right side here for not minimum, but I still have to see that. And I can sketch on it. I will sketch this helmet in the fastest way as I can, and because the helmet is like a sphere or a ball, then you can apply just like center light. So you have a background, and you can make there just white part which you can transform as you need. So now we have a white point in the middle, and with the transformation it's Control T, and then you can combine Shift, Control and Alt to make stuff like this one, or this one, and yeah, you can transform it as you need, because as I said, this is just the sphere. Then I will put only the reflection into the middle, like on the ball, and again work with opacity. So now I can feel a little bit more the shape that it's going, and starting with white and black shadows or reflections, which are making this helmet more plastic. So I will go with black first. So here under shield will be for sure some shadow. You can use more ways how to create shadow. Usually I'm working with full black. So now you can see this is completely like black part, but then I can change opacity very fast, and with this I can change how hard you can feel this. Okay. Also here around from the top part should be also some shadow shade. So for a hard sketch or for fast sketch is enough to use this tool. I don't know if it's lasso or how it's in English. I will check it for a few seconds, and you just can cut something out very fast, and you have a very quick model, I think. But there is not possibility to change this cut line. I mean, like if you use this path. Okay, now we have some shadow here, which you can also make stronger or not. Then I think because this part, this top part is this top part is like main part, and it is flat or almost flat. For the light which we're using, then we can use there more light, which will make from this part more dominated part of aesthetic, I think. So now you can see it will work. Because I'm not using this Cintiq, so I have in tools. And then sometimes it's very interesting to see how your lines are going, because sometimes you are not able to move your hand directly in the same direction like your line before. But what I like is that when you are sketching, sometimes you can find much more interesting ways of the lines. So now we can see that the helmet is somehow going out, or it's going to the front from the background. So let's go. And if you will have any question, just ask. It's no problem. I'm trying to tell something, but I'm not good in sketching and telling in the same time, so it's quite hard for me now. We need also some shape here. If you compare sketching of product and sketching of car, there are also very similar rules of sketching. So as Michal said before me, it's very nice to have one strong idea, or simplify something and make something simply, or simple weave, or I would say. But in product design, I think there is quite, let's say, there is much more details which you have to work on together. You know, like that's why I told for first I sketch some basic idea, and then I'm going deeper to the detail, because first you have to create something strong which you can recognize from the far away, and it is not detail. For the product like this one, sometimes if you are very close to the product or to the sketch, you see a lot of details, like now on this sketch. So you have here this detail, like this shape, this edge, this surface, this hole, this chamfer, and everything else. But if you want to see that in the simple way, you just can see here. You can just go with your wheel to the navigator, or you can make this one. So your picture is much more slower, and then you can see there these basics. So you see your whole sketch much more simpler than from this point of view. Also, sometimes helps if you don't have what else to do. Sometimes helps if you rotate whole picture in a horizontal way, and then you can see that from a different point of view. This is using also during, if you are like sculptural, I would say, when you are working with clay and you are modeling like a human body or something. Then you have to go step 2 meters from your model and from your sculpture to see it from bigger distance, to see it, how it looks, and if it's okay. Yeah, I will create some basic shapes like I'm working now, and now you can see that I will using Alt, and I will take some colors from current weave, because they are also mixed, so I can use them for sketching the rest of the helmet. And then I will put all layers into one, and then I will just I will try to show you how make some quick modification of your design. there is a lot of styles of sketching. One is some designers are using only one layer, so they are painting. They are exactly like painting. So they are sketching on one layer without any possibility to select layers and modify them after that. So this is also the way how you can sketch. Okay. So now we are working on current sketch, but after that we can modify it somehow. Okay, now you can see that the lines which we have here as base, these I can tell this is like this could be used like final idea sketch or idea sketch which I can show to my team or client for communication or for discussion about the product, because here I can explain him what is my idea that I would like to create something with main with main part here. So this will be like part, for example, for logo or something. I can create something horizontal, so you can explain a lot of details on this helmet now. If you would like also create something more special, for example, I don't know, the special part for glasses. So if you will put your full face glasses here, there is also very good to, I don't know, have some connection point here on the rear, like on skying helmet or something. You can also create it in different directions. So you can create because here will go stripes maybe, hey? Oh yes. So you can create here some step on the shield, for example. So it will hold this stripe on the position. So it will not going up and down during your uphill. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about, but this is also the way of, I think, of product designers. So it is not only about sketching, it's also about thinking how to make product better. And yeah, I think we can create it there. For example, that we will create here, and I can sketch it there directly. So we can create here some step which will hold the this fixing rubber from the glasses. So, and we can go directly in this way how cooling goes. Okay. Okay, so we have some basics here. Maybe we could make also some step here in this position. Again, I will use this tool. Okay, this is the problem when you use the same layer as you used before. Now it's okay. And also, if you are not sure with the shapes, because you can see here, because it's dirty sketch, you can see here, like here is one step, here is second step, and the line looks not so smooth. So it's quite broken in a few points. So don't worry about it. It's still quite fast sketch. You can use also filter, and you can use some blur. So if you will blur it, it will hide somehow. You see, it's not so visible now. But yeah, I will not using it now, and I will try to use the reflection lines in the end. So I will show you and kind. Okay, so I think this could be.
Do you have some questions, guys? You want to ask?
Yeah. Can I ask about production?
Yeah, of course.
As we know, in perfect world, every detail that we prepare for production will be good doing by injection technology and with from two elements form. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is basically for the optimal price. But sometimes, if you have a more complicated product, then it's not possible to product from two molds. You know,
yes.
For example,
it's my question. So, is it real to product helmet like that from two complete, two element form? Yeah.
No, this one no, because if you how would say, if you see the holes from the side, there is not possible to move it up from the mold, because yeah, I will create here a new layer, and I will try to explain it to you. So basically, you have the helmet like from the front cut line. It looks like this one. Okay, so this is the space for your head, and this is material around. So if you are creating the helmet, then you can or producer can decide from which side will be the helmet or the mold opening. And here is only one, I think, only one possibility, because you have here this inner space, which you can open only from the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So then if you want create the helmet mold only from two parts, then you have to follow something like this shape. You have to go from here. So this will be like first one mold, which will go to the bottom. And if you want second one, then it have to be from the top. Or from this, yeah, there is also possibility to make it like in angle or something. So you will open mold can be somehow modified to open it from the different angle. But this is the basic. So you have the upper mold, lower mold, and the helmet is inside. We can use this for not so a complicated design, where you have air vents from top, from rear, where you have some this side, yeah, this side cross section are possible to make it from two molds, because you can cut the mold a little bit higher, or you can, yeah, you can make it. But if you want to create the air vents from the side and from the front, then you have to think how you will open the mold. So if this hole will be deep enough, then it's not possible. If this hole will be from side under, like you can open it from the top, so then this cut line have to be minimum like this one. So this line will be in this position, then will be hole. This will be hole, and this line is here. And from the inside, as the second mold have to be also possible to so this will be like one mold, and the second mold have to be possible to open from the bottom. So it have to go here. So this can be like thickness of the helmet material, and yeah, but here is the problem, I think, because this thickness will be not enough for optimal strength. So if you have to go with helmet or with the mold low or to the bottom, then you, maybe it's depend of design. This is everything about 3D modeling, so you can see these details directly in a 3D model. But yeah, I think for this kind of helmet, I'm not sure if we could use only two molds. We did 2 molds helmet for our clients, and it looked like, but I will try to find it.
If I can ask you on that stage, so if not 2 forms, how many elements of form, how do you thinking will be okay for this form, especially that you draw? I'm not sure how many for this one. I can imagine for this, like because also in the rear for enduro helmet there is very special that you have holes also on the rear part where you can see. Wait, I will copy and paste some helmet from the rear point of view. Yeah, like this one, for example. So here you can see the helmet which have also the holes from the rear. You see this one, and there is also very deep. This part is very deep for opening from the top and bottom. So I think from this point of view they have also one part for the rear. One is from the top, maybe second from the side. So there is, there will be more helmet, but I'm not. I think I'm not the correct person to answer how many molds we need to produce for this helmet, because maybe I'm skilled in design products and thinking at not basic, but maybe more experience way. But after all, we have to discuss a lot of details with the producer. So as designer, as you, as me, as all guys which are listening us, our work is to think and combine aesthetic, so aesthetic design, some technical innovations, and still think about production, but not so deeply as engineers or these guys which are preparing molds and everything else, as they know. Usually when we are creating this, we are still in touch, in very close touch with the producer. So with someone who is professional in creating molds, in creating a production process and everything else. I can create design, I can think about production, and I can answer for his question. So if he tell me, okay, Slavo, if you want to create this, shield, then you have a very small angle here. So if you want to produce this from 2 molds, it have to be for, I don't know, 3 degree, or it have to be a little bit different. So then I can answer him, okay, it's not problem. It will not destroy the design. It will do this one and this one. So this is about communication, because
you study design. You study how to create new, nice and functional products, which will be interesting for the customer. And these constructors and engineers, they studied a lot of years exactly this stuff. What is possible for molds? What is possible for injection and everything else. Of course, if you are interested in this production knowledge, it's very cool if a designer know how they could be produced. But yeah, I think to understand all these technical details very deeply, you should study another one university, I think. Because yeah, I tried to learn still. I think designer will learn whole life, because still new technology, still new kind of production. So I think we can learn and we should learn about production if you are like product designer, not only like aesthetic designer, which is just sketching something nice. So if you want to create design which looks nice and it is possible to produce, then we should know also a lot of detail about production. So yeah, thanks for question. I hope that it was enough as answer for you.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. You know, I clearly understand that it's more engineer, that's more question for a professional engineer instead of designer. I just ask you because I had a similar form some times ago, and my client asked me, is it real to do that with 2 elements form? I didn't know any options for do that from 2 elements. Mm-hmm. But finally, now when I can understand somehow where I'm more experienced and more on the highest level, I just ask you because, I don't know, maybe some magician think you know that it's real or something.
Yeah, yeah. For example, I found the helmet which we designed for our client. This one is created for our clients, and this was made or prepared for 2 molds. So, and this here you can see that from side. Wait, I will. From side there is just clear shape without.
With just small angles that.
Yeah, just with small angles, so you can. Yes, yes, exactly. So you can make cut line. Oops, sorry. You can make cut line around, like here, and top part you will open to the to the up, and bottom it will go just directly to the bottom. Here was question for me. Especially when I was designing this and preparing in 3D model, there was a small detail where I was thinking about these small holes, and because they are very from the very deep, and but I designed it and I prepared 3D model in the way that all these holes are communicating together in the direction. So you can open it from not directly
to the up, but
yeah, not directly from the top, but somehow like this one. You know, so you are opening mold from this point, so the cut line is not just straight, but it's somehow like this one or something like that. So this is possible. Yeah, I'm not sure for now. This was the idea, and in 3D data it worked everything very, very nice. But yeah, I should ask how they finally did it. But this should be producible from 2 molds. But yeah, you have to. For this, I think it's very nice to have experience with handmade molds, I don't know if you guys have experience with epoxy or with carbon fiber or with I don't know, with any material which you can put into the mold. Because if you have your own experience that you did it by your hand, like handmade prototype, then you can see how it works. We had very great time in university with our teacher, professor Peťo Zelman. He's great in this stuff, and if you want and you can learn, you can find really nice experience also during university time, and but you will be not ready for real life. I think not real life, but you will learn a lot of stuff only during job, because each project here, each product will learn you something new. Also helmet, also light, also back, also I don't know, microwave, also something, because not all projects are or all products are from molds. A lot of products are only from bended steel or bended material, so there is also different kind of production process. So you will learn, and you will learn, I think, a lot of. So if you want to be on, not only if you want to be focused to sketching, then you have to find the work where you will be able to only create sketch. So I think automotive is a very nice combination, because as Michal said before, you can create sketch, and after that you have a lot of times, you have to spend a lot of time with the engineers to combine these ideas, like design, construction, everything else. But you are not so deeply in this construction as automotive designer. You are still focusing more on sketching. If I talk about myself, I can tell a lot of years I spent with the whole process, where I communicated with clients, prepare design ideas, final sketches. From this, I started communication with production. I prepared for them a 3D model in a NURBS. So it was like a normal CAD file. And after that, I communicated also production. So I learned on one project very much, I think. And from project to project is completely different. Okay, so I will try for this sketch. I will try to make it more fresh, because this blue color is more like dark. And what will help if you will take this color with the Alt. Here is it on the left side, and then you can see that it's this blue color. So you can create something more like shiny or more darker or something. But I will try to make it more like this way. And again, I will put it in the middle just to make it more fresh from the middle part. So I think it should be like this one. And now what I like on Photoshop is there you have here a lot of instruments for it. I will try this overlay. So now you can see that it's not covering like color, but it's going across the layers, and it looks more like how it say, like filter on it. So now we have more fresh, I think, more fresh color for this helmet. And now I would like to try to go like one layer for all these layers. So we will create only one layer. You can see that now I can't choose nothing more. And now we could try create there something another. So for example, you can start thinking about how to change some details. So, for example, I like this dimension or this direction. So here we have like basic plate. The second one, it's going here somehow, but I would like to make it more like this one, more square. So small radiuses, straight lines, and everything else. And I don't like maybe this sharp angle. So I will try to make it more like this one. So I will sketch it and cut it in this direction, and also maybe I will create it here somehow. So I will try just make it more rounded, and because I have it on one layer, now we will work as painting or something. So I will take colors from this base, because here you can see like here is the dark color, this one. This is the much more like white color, and you can work with it. So yeah. I will first sketch something how it could looks. Straight. Go here. Yeah, it could be like this one. Žofia, how much time we have?
We have like 1 hour left.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we have enough time. Volodymyr, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. It's right
so
time.
So yeah, you can ask.
Okay, you hear me? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm from Industrial Design Atelier, and I have a question for you, Slavomír. If I have got all techniques, for example, yeah, and I see portfolios, they have some storytelling. So my question is about storytelling in portfolios. How important is it, or just nice pictures enough? Because for me, ideation process, it goes some weird way in my mind, but to show it to people, what would you think is the best to take a lot of slides for it, or just one slide is enough to show the problem of a product and which way we should make product better? And yeah, the general question is how you think, what is the best tips to storytelling product?
Yeah, from my point of view, I like these story products sometimes. It's not so, I think it's not so important. It depends also of which kind of product you want to design, because sometimes is it necessary to show for which for which kind of, I don't know, people or which kind of using did you create this product. But you know, this helmet, for example, I started sketch with its helmet, so there is nothing, I don't know, special for now. Maybe if there is some special idea like this cut line which we talked about, that it will hold the glasses on the position, so maybe that's nice to tell the customer or your clients. But yeah, I don't know how to say to be not so ugly for somebody, but sometimes I think people are more focused on these like idea stories, and they spend much more time on idea stories as on thinking about how to make this product better, you know.
Yeah. Portfolios are really different. I searched for like on issue, yeah, and they're really different. Somebody took like 4 slides of ideation and then 1 slide of sketch plus 3D, yeah, and other guys don't use ideation at all. They just go through in renderings and then maybe some sketches. So it's just different people, different ways, maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking about this question also during Michal Uhrín workshop, because he thought like he like more if in the portfolio he can see like more finalized sketches, and for me is it not so important. For example, I need to see how you think during process. So I need to see if you can create like 3 different variants of one product. You know, like if you sketch helmet, I would like to see 3 different helmets with 3 different ideas of shapes, and I don't need to so finalized sketches, because this is not important during thinking. You know, you can create very fast sketches. For example, if you create some new functional part of something, then you have to be really really creative in idea sketches. So you just have your pencil and paper, you sketch few 3-4 ideas, and you can choose from this. But if you spend like 5 hours with sketching Photoshop of one idea, you're losing time, I think. For me, I think this is much better if you can think with your sketching style, and this is also with this storyboard of thinking about products. I know it is okay, but I don't need so many pages in portfolio. If I could choose one of 2 people, and one will have just 4 sketches, but 90% will be like storyboard, I don't think so that I can work with a guy like this one, because I don't see how he is working during process, and client will not pay for storyboard, I think, no, because they need to solve some problem, and yeah, if it's necessary to create some storyboard, then okay, but if it's product for daily using, I think it's not so important. So it should be.
I would add there something, Slav. You are definitely right. No? That's true. No? People and shape designers are looking for the new ideas, and this is the most important thing, no? To have in portfolio. I think car design is a bit important also to have these painting skills or I don't know, Photoshop skills on certain level. But I think if you have the Photoshop like this, like Slavo is showing, this is enough to show the shape. No? This is a perfect example. Cool.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That I would like. I think I see that a lot of. I see now, and I saw it before, that a lot of people from university has different style of sketching. So if somebody has like only pencil sketches or something, maybe his ideas are much more better and are much far away from the others. So in this case, I will not, but it's about product design. I'm not sure if this is working also in car design, because car design is, I think, mostly about aesthetic. So you have to be able to sketch your idea very nice, I think. But it's not depend if you are using some smooth sketch or dirty sketch or everything else, because there is many kind of styles, and I think all of you guys, you will specify your own styles. As you can see, Michal showed us today very rough or very dirty style of sketching. So it was nothing like very smooth shapes and everything else. But this sketch was it was a sketch. It was not final rendering. But as he showed before on the workshop before, then he showed us sketches which were very precisely. So they were very clear and very nice, like very realistic. So you can check it also on I think Žofia YouTube channel. So this is also differences. So if you have a portfolio where you can, for me personally, I like when I can see also Photoshops or also realistic painting, like for example this one. But don't be scared. Show your own way. So if you are able sketch in this direction, sketch in your direction. So you don't have to be the same as 1 million people in the same transportation. Or how I would say. Do you know what I mean, Michal? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. It's also important to have a bunch of other stuff in the portfolio, like this, from these rough sketches and also this precise. But the most important, nevertheless, is this idea, what counts, or the ability to make some new ideas, the way how you can get to this idea. You can always improve. You can always work on your own style and always find different ways with new technologies. Also, like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, there was not so much Photoshop in the sketches, and maybe like 20 years ago it started. Before it was more marker sketches and more pen sketches and like that. But this is developing. It's in development, this technique.
I don't know if we, or if I if my answer was good for your question about this storyboard. For me personally, I like more if I can see the process. Of course, it is also the storyboard, but I think for me and for many products, it's not so important. The storyboard, that the storyboard should be 3 times bigger than a process of creation. So I think this is the answer. So storyboard, yes, but very short and clear for understanding, and not storyboard for 6 pages and only 1 page of product.
Okay, I got it. So more on variety of shapes and ideas in sketching. Okay, thank you.
And a lot of people are putting to the portfolio also a lot of details, how was this team meant, and explaining a lot, and with other pictures. And maybe just 5% of the portfolio should be this, and a lot of people like 50-50 doing this now. They have a lot of other pictures, like inspiration and stuff like this. And maybe this is not that important.
Yeah, I remember some guys from especially from automotive, from my time during my internship in Germany, and you can see many types of designers. One of them, one type is like 100% aesthetically thinking, so they creating one sketch very long time, and it looks awesome. It looks really awesome. But they bring like nice shapes. But another designers, maybe they are not so far away with sketching, but if they sketch something, usually they bring very nice innovation of the concept, for example. So this is maybe the style how it also work in a product studio or automotive. I think I'm not sure how it works in exterior design in Volkswagen, but I think this is the teamwork. If I can compare my situation, I can see that sometimes when I am really end with my energy, sometimes came to me a 3D modeler, and he told me, okay, Slavo, this could be like this one and this one. And he don't have to be designer, but the idea sometimes is very helpful to switch your point of view of the product. So he can also bring something, and this is going like teamwork. So I think it's not so important for some studios how your sketch or how perfect is your sketch. So it have to be nice, or it have to be clear with idea, but it is not necessary to have sketches like, I don't know, like Picasso, you know. So sometimes the idea is much stronger than a perfect sketch.
Yeah, exactly. I can just support this what Slavo is saying. No? It's really like this, and sometimes also the modeler in our studio is bringing something different, no? Or giving you some impulse for some other idea. No? And this is important to listen also as a designer, not just giving the direction, but also to be able to listen, to be able to be humble. That also other people, like in team, working in team, can have cool idea. This, yeah, also important in that process.
Yeah, you have to be able also listen to other people and not only stand with your own how would say thinking or something, because yeah, you can think about one part, but the engineer will tell you completely another point of view, and you have to find some compromise between it.
This is a very interesting discussion, because I receive a lot of questions about portfolios and how to build a portfolio, but I think like we should like make another workshop or subject or class dedicated to portfolio making and like what to put and what to not put in the portfolio, because yeah, like it can make or break your career. You can get a job or internship. And it's like, yeah, people are always like confused, like what to put inside the portfolio, and sometimes they have a lot of like inspirational images and stuff which are not so important maybe. So yeah, thank you for the discussion.
Yeah, so I think you don't have to be afraid to send your portfolio as you like. So if you have portfolio with a story or without story or something, you don't be scared. Just send it.
Yeah.
Because if you will think still around if it's good, if it's not good, you will never know any feedback. So you have to ask. You have to ask someone maybe your professor, maybe someone on a workshop like this one, you have to ask what he like, what is good, what is not. And I think you will have many feedbacks from this, and you will see that everyone from design, I would say, everyone designer will see it in different ways. So I think you will never prepare a portfolio which will likes everyone. So.
But do you think it's important to show your personality and your character through the portfolio?
Yeah, I think it's not bad. For example, for us, or for example for me, if I will find, if I will looking for someone who will sketch with me something, or who will design for me some I don't know, sport equipment. It's nice to see how looks his personality. You know, if I don't know if he's a biker, or if he likes sport or not, what he likes. I think this is also very important, because it's not very simple to find a good person into team, and teamwork is very important in our kind of work. Okay, I will step back into Sketch. As you can see, I used here some new layers for this helmet. I have here also this this shade, or this reflection, and I would like to show you just very quick I don't know how to say, very quick tool. So if you go here, you will double click on the layer which you want customized. You have here also a lot of possibility how to improve your layer. And now I would like to change color of this. It's also possible just with saturation here. So you can go Control U, I think, and you can switch color. You can make it darker, lighter, and everything else. Yes, but if you want one specify color, like for example this one, you can go to the layer, just double tap, color overlay, and here you will normal and put this color, and you can go here and you can change it exactly as you need. So you can see it is moving the color of the shade which I have there. So I think this one could be okay. So now this in some color which I like, and then you can work with the layer. Yeah, make it a little bit bigger. So Michal, you are still here. You are enjoying
still listening. Yes.
You are enjoying our session.
Yeah.
I also turn on your workshop, so it was nice to see you.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, maybe this is also, if you're thinking about automotive or everything else, I think if you're students of transportation design, there is really awesome that you have a possibility to be very close to guys like Michal, because they are still in touch very closely with university, and you can learn really. You can be really skilled in a Photoshop, or you can be really skilled in sketching, because in transportation design atelier there is a really big focus to know sketching in some really high quality. I think Žofia it's also Žofia also agree with this one, because I remember her when he was first time in our atelier to ask about some about, I think you told if you go to another atelier, right?
Sorry, again?
That when you started in a university,
yeah,
after first class or first year, you had to decide which.
Yeah. It's like the first year is like a general design, and then you have to decide if you go to experimental, interior design, industrial design, or transportation design.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you was clear that you want to go to transport design? You came to school with this idea that you want to study transport?
No, I decided after the first year.
Yeah.
Because I've seen like this whole collaboration with the automotive industries, and I've seen like what Mr. Klein was doing there, and what the students were doing, like these super cool sculptures and projects. So yeah, it was like I was just like, yeah, like the studio convinced me to join the transportation design later. So. Yeah. So I think you still have the possibility, because like you have the interview, and then you have the year to decide like which studio is best for you. You can even try different ateliers, studios like sculpture, graphic design, so you can explore the school before you decide.
Mm-hmm. So now we are here. Most of guys which are here are from our university, or we have here also.
It's a mix. Like we have some hosts from different universities, because I've sent like the invitation on Instagram. So yeah, we have also like 20 people on YouTube. So that's good.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I think this is very big, but we can make it smaller.
What was really good in the first year during the studies was this Kautman's curse there.
Yeah.
We've been doing these sculptures, and this was really nice, really good.
Yeah, he's still doing it. Like he's
still doing this.
Yeah. So it's the general class, like the general design, like sketching and like modeling in clay.
Yeah, I think this is also very important, as I said before. Like, if you are a designer without any handmade skills or experience, like we could learn during this first class with Kaufman. So then it's very hard to design something if you have no knowledge about this molding and shapes and everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think for me, if I would have to prepare some sketch for myself, for my presentation or something, I could say this could be like enough for me, but still there is a lot of details which you have still work on it. For example, the shadows you can make like bigger contrast there, but it's only like this is only details which you can work. You can make the sketch more interesting, so you can work with some hard shades like this one. So you are using not blurred one, but very hard shadows there. So you can work with this one, for example. So you can just using layers and. But still not so soft sketch. I will try to turn off the sketch layer and we will see how it looks, but I'm not sure where is it. Okay, it's here somewhere. Because sometimes when you hide your this sketch layer, like you can see here in very smooth white lines, then you can see how it looks without it, and sometimes it's more interesting, sometimes not. But I have to find it because I can't find it now. Here is it. Yeah, so now you can see that sketch looks, yeah, now it looks quite clean without any layers. But yeah, we can make it more this one, and we can finish this sketch somehow. So we can create here the line which we talked about before for the glasses position. It can be also only like very simple shadow like this one, so you can feel that the shape is going from this surface, going a little bit to down, a little bit straight again, and outside again. So you have there space for these glasses rubber. It's quite fast, and yeah, you don't need to spend so many time with this. And yeah, maybe just create here something more detailed on the top part here, because this is not so specified. But usually when I am focused on the base, like this middle part, I'm not focused to be so precise on this detail, like on the edge. And sometimes I'm using only the color or color line, like this one, to make it to create edge about not about around the sketch. So you can define with the line the basic shape of it. You can feel it, and then you can feel the whole product. Yeah, last 2 minutes, I'm completely out with talking, so my mind is not working.
Yeah, you are talking a lot. It's like exhausting to sketch and talk at the same time.
Yeah, but I'm trying to talk about stuff for the guys, so yeah, something like this. So okay, and again, we can check some process of the sketching. So we have here a few layers which we can close and start with basic sketch, I would say. So this was something like basic sketch, but yeah, this is the layer without any lines. This was the basic first group of the layers, if you remember. So here are the basic shades, basic idea of the top line, basic air holes and everything else. Then we started with the modification of these holes. So we switched from the sharp one and we cut it with this line, and after that we started with some lines around, which should define the better we should define this product like around. And I don't know what is this layer. No, it's nothing. Okay. Then I tried to put here something. Shadow. Yeah, and this is the details. So I think we have something. We sketch something, and yeah, I don't know what else. We could also work with colors somehow. There is many opportunities how to make colors or how to change design of it, but I don't like this one. Sorry, I have to delete this because I don't like it there. And yeah, maybe we could make also here something on the top. We make this bigger because now it looks. I will create. This is okay on Photoshop. If you are sketching, you are very free. So if you don't like, for example, I don't like now. I don't like this direction of line. So it's going down. It looks like a banana. And I would like to have it more in the same direction. So I will try change this one.
We have 2 comments from YouTube. We have one question and one fan is like Gary he wrote like he loved the design of this helmet, so he really enjoyed it. That's great. We are happy you like it. And then we have a question from Sharma. Were you making those white line strokes on edges with a solid brush and erasing them with a soft eraser or on ends? Že či si tie biele linky
ja mám otvorený na druhom monitore aj YouTube. Čiže teraz sorry, I will skip to English.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have a YouTube on the second display, so I can see Gary, thanks. I like it when you like it. And Sharma, where you're making these white lines through the edges with solid brush. Yes, yeah, I can show you how I make these lines. So there is a few ways how to create a white line. Usually, these very thin layers or lines are just the hand brush like this one. So you will choose this brush with press or with pressure kind of function, and then you can go from thin to fat line. Usually I'm sketching with a smaller diameter of it, and then I can sketch very white or very soft line. If you have no possibility to use press or something with tablet, and because sometimes, for example, me also sometimes I have to sketch only with mouse because I'm on a notebook or something. I have to sketch something, so then you can also use something without the brush or without this pressure function. You can just sketch some lines and turn opacity lower, so then it's a very similar function. So this is for these short lines, and for this bigger one, then there is also a possibility to make it with this basic brush. So you will sketch only line by hand. That's first type, and also you can move it very closely to this line. But if it's if it is not the same, then you can transform it. So it's a Control T, and you can modify this layer as you need. So you can put on the point, you can hold this second side of the line, and you can go where you need. So as you can see, now I'm very close to the original line, so I can move it, transform it, confirm, and then I have a very sharp line. And then if I want to make it more like smooth, or I would say, I don't know, blur, then I can use filter, blur, and Gaussian blur. And here is a lot of function what you can use. So you are able, if you know how to put shadows, how to put lines, you are able also sketch by mouse, for example. But these lines are made by hand and combination with the eraser. So first I will create line, and then if I want to hide someone, then I use just the brush and eraser but brush, and you can create something like this one. A lot of people using also pet, so you can create pet by this tool, but I'm not using it so often, or I don't using it. It's a better word. And you can create pet very exactly line as you need, and then just create from this. Yeah, you see, I don't know use this, so maybe Žofia or Michal will know.
Yeah, we are using just this path actually in Photoshop, because we are working during the projects on the really precise stuff sometimes, and in car design it's really needed, especially when you give the feedback to the 3D modelers, then they need exact lines everywhere. That's why. But for the presentation, of course, it's okay, like Slavo is showing. Just not it's precise, but with different tools.
Yeah. Of course, as Michal said, if you are working on a proportional sketch for automotive, then you have to be very precise also for 3D modeler. So I think, Michal, you start with like hand sketches, and after confirmation, you starting with modeling, where you are sketching this directly on the side, on the blueprints, or
Exactly. We will ask always the modelers to give us the screenshots from front view, side view, top view, rear view, orthographic, and we are putting this feedback in as the lines then, for the next steps, for the improvements. I think this is the fastest way and the best way to use in this digital world. And also, if you are building, for instance, a model from this, for instance, this helmet, then you start and you can do for yourself from front view, side view, some nice lines in Photoshop. Then you will put this image into your 3D program and do this model based on these lines. What you revert in on blueprints. Yeah.
Yeah, but usually it's also I would say for product design or for any product, usually I'm jumping from style to style. So let's say now we are preparing some realistic Photoshop, but it's not. I'm not sketching usually in this way or on the other way. I sketch sometimes very dirty, so you don't see there any brush or something, and sometimes I prepare something really clear, like final proposal or something. So sketching is very nice that you can be free during sketch. So I think this is very important. Okay, I don't know if our answer was enough to Sharma. I hope that yes, about this brush and the lines. So
I have one tip to this one. No? On the top, where is the opacity flow, then you can click on this, on the right. On the top. No.
Tell
on
me.
The top tooling box where is window help view, underneath this, you have brush. No, go like 1 centimeter lower.
Okay, this one.
Exactly. And then go right. Keep brush, keep, and right is pen with 2 circles.
This one?
Yeah, click this one.
Yeah.
And now you can, but you need to have pressure in tablet.
Yeah, I have.
So now should work also disappearing.
Okay, so I will make this.
Yeah.
Huh. But it's the same function like this one, right?
It's kind of disappearing, no? And maybe the other brush is disappearing in other way. And if you switch on the opacity next to the opacity, this pencil next to it. Yeah, switch on. And now it's disappearing also in other way.
Wow, it's great.
Getting smaller. And you can
okay, so it's okay. So I learned also something new. Thank you, Michal. Okay, so answer also for YouTube to Sharma. There is also a way to use these 2 icons. So first one, second one. This one is the function that you can turn it on. And then your brush, if you have the pressure function on tablet, then your pressure is changing from visible to invisible. So if you will brush across the layers, then you can see still background. But if you use bigger pressure, then you will go the less transparency. So this is the first.
Cool. I didn't know about it.
I didn't know about it.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know also about it. I learned also from my colleagues. It's good stuff not to ask always and to communicate with guys.
Yes, that's true. We have also, we are like when we are working in teams, so there is also a lot of guys which know different tools for 3D modeling, and sometimes you just came to his computer and ask him, hey, what are you doing? Oh, it's I'm using this function, and you are working in this program like many years, and you didn't know about function like this one. So you can learn whole your life to learn something new. So sometimes until after a few years you will find some different tool in your software, which you think.
Sometimes we are forced to do this because sometimes I get a task to create some pattern, for instance, and for the patterns there is you cannot do manually everything. You need to set up some automatization or something, always. So you need to play with this with this arrow on the right, where you set up the actions, and then you do the same action for every shape, or like it's fun way. There's a fun way how you can explore Photoshop and find always some new stuff to make the process easier for you and shorter, faster.
Yeah, I think this workshop now that Michal is joining us during discussion is a much more effective and better, I think, also for you guys, because it's not only about my point of view of the thing, but it's discussion. So if you guys also have experience with product design or with 3D modeling or with Photoshop or something, you can help another people from this session, you can turn your microphone on, and you can tell us.
Share with us. Yeah.
I think it could be very good also for me. As you see, I don't know all functions from Photoshop. I would like to tell you last step which I did. As you can see, before it looked like this one, but I was not sure with some details like this step here and with detail here, because it looked very complicated for me. So I changed this line from the banana style to more dynamic, like this one, so you can see it here. Maybe I will make it a little bit bigger again. Second one step was that I cancel this part, so this connection is cancelled, and it looks, I think, much more better for now. Yes, so I will maybe create just the connection here, and maybe we'll follow this hole here to the top, so you will see there's some detail. But I think from also if we go more far away from the display, then we can see if it's better. And yeah, I think I like it more like this one. So I think it's more clear as before. And now we could, maybe this line is also nice for now. I'll show you which one I think. So this line is also, I think, quite okay, but I would like to go maybe a little bit lower with this shape. I'd like to go here and make this arm a little bit heavier. So I will try to make it a little bit heavier, and then we will see how it looks. There is also some possibilities how to do it. You can brush it again completely. So you can take this color, you can brush it again completely, but sometimes it's not looks very nice. But I think now it could work. No, like this one, and then you can cut the line out which you don't need. So it could looks like this one. Now you can see that how it looks. And if you have it in a new layer, then you can also check if it's better or not. So if you like it more or not like. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so don't be afraid to change your sketch, to destroy the sketch or rebuild it in order to achieve better proportion or feature or something, yeah?
And also, if you have it in layer, you can also work with a transformation, so you can still work with it somehow. Yeah, maybe like this one. Yes, and now you can see differences between sketch before and between now. Yeah. I think I will this one make it a little bit not so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we are quite close to original, and yeah, I'm not sure with this one. And if you are not sure also with your sketches, sometimes helps if you ask someone. So I will ask Žofia if she like more this slimmer one version or this stronger one. What do you mean? What do you think, Žofia? This one or this one?
I think I prefer the thicker one. It's like It looks like more stable.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but it's like it's personal choice, so yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm 50-50, in this, so sometimes it's help if somebody else tell you.
It looks like more durable, like more like, yeah, like stronger.
Yes, okay, so we have it like this one. Another stuff which is very often in a bike industry or on helmets, there you are able to cut helmet for a few parts and make it different by material. So one shape can be like blue, shine, plastic, I don't know, and second one can be by matte material and black. So we can also try to create this one. So maybe we can create something which will look like black part. So maybe this front air vents or cooling holes could be black by different material, and also we can create this line which I sketched on the start of session. We can also make it just like black color, and let's see how it will look.
So yeah, this is like more about like a color and trim decisions.
Yeah, this is sometimes also about color and trim. No, because you can create one product, and usually if you create one product, there is many possibilities to how to use graphic design on it, and this is also work for graphic designer. Maybe graphic department told me, oh no, this looks ugly or something. But if you produce a helmet, for example, or if you produce some machine or a PC or a notebook or something else, then you create design for many years. So it will be not produced only 1 year. You have to be prepared that one product will be produced 5 years, for example. And then if the customer won't be still fresh, then graphic design have to be changed. So you will not upgrading molds for production because it's very expensive. We are talking about 1,000 euros or 10,000 euros, and then is a much more simpler to create helmet which looks like this one, for example. So you have there like basic line of something, so you can recognize it from different helmets. And you can create there more variation of graphic design. So graphic designer can choose, okay, now it will looks like this one. In the second year, it can looks like the black color will be only on this main surface. So this will be black. And this is the variation of the product. So I think this is very important also. So we can create there as designers some possibility how to make this product more interesting. So I will try to create here some cut line which can be prepared for design changing or something. So maybe we can go just from here. This position. So we have here like something like cross section, some like cut lines, which graphic designer can use as background for graphic solution somehow, or graphic color. Yeah, so now we can see how it works. So it looks quite different like before. Maybe we can also switch the color of it. So we can go to red one. You can change it as you want. Okay.
Okay.
What else? I think.
Yeah, I think
it's all. Maybe for final point, we can put there some logo or something. No, we will not put there any logo of brand. But yeah, last stuff we could find here for you guys. If you want to make it more like another color or saturation, here is also a function for it. So if you go here, if you go here, there is also functions which are working as a mask. So if you go to hue saturation, color balance, and everything else, there is hue saturation, which is creating here on the top of layers. There is this function which has his own mask, and you can change color of whole picture. So you can create it maybe, I don't know, something like this, more in blue. So stay in white, and then you can see difference here. And with using the brush and black color, you can it works as eraser. So you can brush this layer out, and here you can see differences that this was all in the same color, and here we are a little bit with the blue, or with I don't know how it says this color, and still you can change it. So you can go to the green, to the red, purple, or everything else. So you can create it like this one. So it's only like like this one. Okay, so I hope it will help you in the future, guys. This workshop, and that you like it.
Thank you so much, Maxwell. I think like there was a lot of value, and we learned a lot. I didn't know about these features in Photoshop, so yeah, it was cool. It's always great to see and like talk with multiple people so they can share their skill and knowledge. Great.
Yeah, that was great. I think it was very nice to work on this workshop together with guys, and also with Michal, that he joined into discussion. So I hope if you will organize another one session, it will possible to join also from my side, and
okay.
Yeah, I will join. Okay, so I think this is the final proposal of workshop at sketching. So yeah, I don't know. Thank you very much for your attention, and yeah, I think I will upgrade this sketch on my Instagram, so you can check it.
Yeah, I will post it too. Just save it, please. So.
Yeah, maybe I will spend a few more minutes on it because I see there now a few details which I would like to maybe upgrade. Yeah, but it's not so important.
Okay. Thank you so much, Slavo. Really, it was great to see you and hear you. And thank you, Michal, for joining the discussion.
Yeah, it's pleasure.
So, and now, like the other half of the workshop will be dedicated to VR design. Emil, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
How are you? We are doing great. Like we already
Nice.
had two great designers sharing their skills.
Sorry,
Oh, hi.
I will just tell that, okay, thank you guys. I will turn off my microphone and camera. So nice to meet you and enjoy this next workshop.
Yeah,
thank
please
you.
stay if you want.
Yeah, I will, but I will
Okay, great.
off my microphone. Okay, so enjoy. Thanks.
Bye-bye. So, hi.
Hey, Žofia.
It's
How are
almost
you?
a year we've done a workshop in our university. So how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Things are good.
Okay.
It's been a while. I think it's coming up on a year since the workshop,
Yeah.
like almost exactly.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you. You kind of froze up there
Okay.
for a sec.
Okay. Yeah, it was just
there we
before
go.
the corona. We had the workshop, and then the whole world shut down. So it was great timing.
Yeah, I remember I was wondering if I was going to be able to fly out of Europe.
Yeah,
back home.
it was crazy.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, Emil Lukas is a designer and educational lead from Gravity Sketch, and he will share some automotive VR sketch today with us. And my two students, Diego and Samuli, will join him in a co-creation room. Hopefully it will work. We have to check. And yeah. And yeah, I would like to show you what we did with Emil in the previous workshop. So he showed us like a basic line sketch. And yeah. And I put together the whole ebook about it. So the first half is dedicated more to the Photoshop, and the second part is more about the VR. So you will find here more demonstration videos and simple NURBS models. Also here is more industrial and subdivision tool. And here you can find a video with Emil, and you will learn how to create a simple line black and white sketch, which you can use and take a lot of screenshots and make multiple sketches. You can adjust it in Photoshop. So, and you can find this ebook in the YouTube. It's I've upgraded. It's a new ebook, so yeah, it's free to download. So if you want to learn more, just go ahead and inspire yourself. That's from me. Yep. I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, that's that was really nice that you laid that out for everybody in an ebook format, so that it's easy to peruse and then take those skills and try and apply them in VR.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that is one workflow, and I'm glad that you attached some earlier workflows that you've done. You've been incredible with Gravity Sketch, and again, there's NURB modeling with it, there's sub-D modeling with it, so there's pretty much a workflow for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Today, yeah, I think we'll go through an automotive design sketch.
Mm-hmm.
Unclear if we're going to take it to surfacing. I think we should have enough time for that, potentially. But at the very least, you can create a nice line drawing, take some screenshots, and then move it to Photoshop. And that's a really powerful workflow, and you only need to learn two tools to hop in VR.
And maybe you can also show us new features and new improvement in Gravity, because I've seen you have new graphics and new interface, which is really cool. I really enjoy it. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so should I fire up Gravity Sketch and hop in the room?
Diego and Samuli, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
So can you, three of us, can you see the VR room called Workshop AFAT?
Well, I created it last time, I
Diego
think.
created it, and
So I should see it. I'll start my Gravity and Oculus.
And maybe it will be cool, Emil, if you can share your screen, your Gravity Sketch screen, And also your microphone, and Diego and Samuli, you will switch off your microphones, so it's not like echoing.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Yeah, because like we had the problems when I was like sharing on YouTube, it's like double sound then.
Yeah, let's just mute our microphones in the app.
Yeah. Okay, guys, are you in the room, in the VR room?
Not yet. It's going to take me a few seconds to boot up,
Okay.
but I'll swap.
Okay, we can like see a gray background.
Yeah, you should see VR in a couple of seconds here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, great.
All right, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing I'm going to go over is our new lobby.
Okay.
So if I press escape here, there, you'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what you see when you first hop into Gravity Sketch.
Mm-hmm.
You can see we have settings over here, your recent sketches, so the sketches you've just been working on right here. Create a new sketch, your file manager, and then if you've just purchased Gravity Sketch and you want to see how some other designers have been using it, we have a gallery here of other notable artists' work. And then we have co-creation, which is what we're going to be using here today. And co-creation essentially allows multiple people to be in the same VR space. And that's what we're going to do today with Diego and myself. So I'm going to click co-creation here and choose the organization here. There we go, Bratislava.
Yeah, Bratislava, yeah.
And now we can see on this room, these are different rooms that you can enter.
Yeah.
We already have one person in this room right now. So I'm going to click in here. And
that's really great for like learning and teaching purposes. It's like, it's perfect. You can like show and like grab and like navigate people inside the room. Yeah.
Exactly. And now we've actually added more features so that you can share each other's UI. So now I can press the blue button here, go to online users, and turn on shared UI, and now Diego should be able to see my UI.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because before awesome. It was not possible. I remember.
Yeah, before that wasn't possible, but you know, since the pandemic, we've been doing a lot of remote collaboration and training, and so it's definitely a feature we were interested in building, and you know, yeah, got it out within a couple of months.
Great. And now can we hear Diego? Diego, are you there? Okay, I can hear something, but it's very muted. It's like
I can hear you, yeah.
It's like really, I can almost not hear you. I just hear a noise. I don't understand the words you are saying, Diego. Oh, and someone is there.
Hello.
Oh. So maybe if you turn on the microphone on the Teams, Diego and Samoli, maybe this would be better. I don't know.
I don't have the sound.
Yeah, I would just mute the audio in the application, and then we can use the call audio.
Yeah.
Actually, Diego, I noticed that you're the king of the sketch room right now. Do you think you could pass me the crown so that I can change some features? Yeah. If you just go to online users, you should be able to pass the crown. No worries. Oh, yeah, so I guess now Samoli will need to pass it. Could you press the blue menu button and go to online users and pass me the crown?
Okay. Can you repeat?
Yep, right here. You should be able to see it. Online users. So blue button. This option here with the two people. And then if you just click on my name where it shows the crown. That's all right. Right here. Awesome. Okay, so what just happened is he actually made me king of the room, and so now I have some more abilities to control this sketch environment here.
Okay.
So Zofia, should I just launch into an automotive workflow?
Yeah. Please. Yeah.
Can they hear us?
I cannot hear Samoli and Diego, but...
All right, well...
I cannot... sorry, my microphone was muted. Yeah, go ahead, yeah, and sure.
All right, cool. Yeah, so basically I'm going to give a rough outline of, how to go through this process, but the general tools are pretty easy to pick up. So what I'm going to do here is actually first change our environment. So right now we just have this kind of boring gray room with a gridded floor. And we can change this by pressing the blue menu button, going to settings, and then you have these subfolders up here. I'll go to workspace, and you can choose between these different preset environments. So we have a warehouse, a studio environment that has nice soft lighting, or you can choose custom environments down here. So this one I like. It's a nice gradient from dark blue to lighter blue. And I'll also turn on my HDRIs here. So with that, now we'll go back to Sketching Aid, and I'm going to, if you'll see, we can see X, Y, and Z in this environment, and we don't really know which axis is facing up. But we can simplify that by clicking vertical lock, which will stick the y-axis up always. And I can also turn on the mirror tool here.
Okay.
So now you'll see that my sketch line is mirrored on the other side. And of course, every car is symmetrical, or most of them are, so we're going to leave that on. And the next thing I'm going to do is come down here to reference images. And something pretty special about Gravity Sketch is you actually have the ability to pull out reference images and bring them into your space here. So it could be sketches that you did by hand that you want to build over top of. It could be other cars that you want to reference for proportion, or it could be screenshots from something like Alias that you want to build over top of. And you can leave these sketches here in your environment, floating there as a nice reference board as you would in real life, and then sketch and look up and use them as design. Or as I mentioned earlier, you can take one of these, blow them up, and place them on the mirror plane and begin to sketch over them and actually build that out. So I don't actually have any reference images that I'm going to use today to design a car. But what I will do is come down here to prefab, which is the next thing we'll go over here. So prefab is basically 3D models that you can bring into Gravity Sketch. This first tab here is built-in models. So these are models that you can actually drop in here and use. So we have a mannequin that's fully adjustable. And then we have other short models here. Looks like somebody dropped in the rig chassis. And we have a human head and a human bust. And then in this tab right here, you can bring in your own models. So for instance, if I did a previous sketch here, I can just click it and drop it in.
Oh, and you can see our sketches, which I am saving in our AFAD Bratislava folder. Oh,
yeah,
cool.
So you can also see prefabs that are dropped in for the organization. So these would be things that an organization would share. So in the case of a company like Adidas, they might have a bunch of shoe lasses that they want to use.
I can share it with you there.
I think you can, yeah.
Okay, great.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
I have three questions.
I cannot hear you, Samuli. Can you switch on your microphone on the Teams application?
Yeah, Teams application, and then you can mute your microphone in here. All right.
Okay, so Emil, the thing is, I can't see your what you are doing while you are explaining. I can see, I think, Jofia's.
Yeah.
I can see only your these menus, but I can't see.
Oh, that's okay. I can turn mine on.
Yeah, okay.
I just turned them off for that demonstration.
And the other question is, I just recently updated my Gravity Sketch, and I have now here some tools, some ruler and some brush and a banana.
Yeah, so this is...
I can't take them off.
Yeah, so this is called Tool Belt. And so if I come in here to the beta menu, I can turn on Tool Belt, and you activate it by holding your grab trigger on your right hand and swinging it across your body. And so these are some new tools that we made for a little bit more precision, so you can actually measure things now in Gravity Sketch. You can pick colors and paint things. You can use the banana for teleportation so that you can view your model from different angles. The dice here is mainly for concept artists. It allows you to randomize geometry. And then the precision tool here is what a lot of industrial designers and car designers use. And that allows you to click something and rotate it precisely and see how far you're rotating it. Or move it along an axis or a plane.
But once again, I can't see your menus.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to see Tool Belt, but if you want to get rid of the Tool Belt...
I'll watch it through the...
yeah, you can watch it through the YouTube. You will see it through the YouTube. Or you can check it later. So, you know, it will be on YouTube, so don't worry.
Okay, so that's prefab models. So you can bring in your own OBJs from anywhere, any program, and drop them in here and be able to use them in Gravity Sketch. Below this, you have layers. So you'll see if we sketch something, I only have one layer, and I can see the layers of everybody else in the room. I can adjust the visibility, I can lock it, I can create new layers here, I can delete layers. So it's pretty much just like Photoshop whenever it comes to layers. You've already seen this, online users, so these are everybody that's in the co-sketch session, and I can, what's really nice is I can click on their name and actually zoom to their viewpoint. So if they're looking at something on a design and they want to show me it, I can click on their name and see things from their vantage point. And below this, if you're using a tethered headset, so not a wireless headset, you can see objects in orthographic view. And what's really nice here is, let me pull out a panel here. So this is the front view. It's auto-updated. So if I'm sketching, you'll see it updates in the orthographic, and I can take screenshots throughout the entire design process. Okay. The last thing here is the Learn tutorial panel. So if you just come in here, click a video, you can watch it and learn some new skills.
Great.
Okay, so now let's just let's jump into an automotive workflow. So first off, what I like to do is drop in a mannequin at 1:1 scale. So you can do that by dropping them in this blue bin, and then you can see them previewed here in the space. So you can use these arrows to change the direction of the mannequin and then import them. Now I'm using this for general context of scale.
Oh, that's a great tip.
Yeah, and what we can do here is actually put them into edit mode, and we have these large, gestural movements with the green dots. You can start to place them, and then you flick the joystick to the right to adjust smaller points like these blue points. And what's nice is these blue points allow you to design all sorts of products with the mannequin. So you can adjust everything down to the knuckles here, which means you could even do gaming mice for your computer. So I'm just going to adjust the position a little bit more. And then what we can do is actually duplicate them out like this. And start laying out an automotive interior. And then if you have a couple of objects that are separate, you can actually expand your graph sphere, grab everything, and group it together by pressing the purple button. And so now you'll see they're all grouped together. Okay, the next thing I like to do is drop this to the ground and then create a floor. So I'll go to Settings, Sketching Aid, and turn on a stage floor there. And once I have a stage floor, helps me put this all into context a little more. I can actually start making my tires by pressing the purple button and using the revolve tool. Now the revolve tool is really very fluent. You can basically make these nice revolve shapes very easily. You just sketch them out by waving your hand around and pressing the pointer finger trigger. And they work around in axes. And you can move the axes by pressing in your pointer finger trigger and holding it. And when you let go, you've dropped it in a new location. Now you can snap the axes to the world axes as well. So we can snap it to Y, Z, or sorry, X, and Z. And so what I'm going to do now is snap it to Z here and sketch out a rough shape. Now in Gravity Sketch, at least this is what I find in my workflow, is I almost never sketch something perfect the first time. It's very free. And so because of that, what I find most useful is to take something that I've already made, put it into edit mode.
Yeah, that's true.
And start editing on top of it. So you can see here, if I put these revolve shapes into edit mode, I can actually start to very quickly shape out a tire here. And we'll make this of, multiple sections. So I'll, make the actual rubber for the tire like that, and then change the color and make the rim here. And then I can come in here and shape out the rim as well. And everything in Gravity Sketch has history. So every single sketch line that you made, you can go back and actually adjust. And you'll see me do that quite often. In fact, you'll probably, after a couple of minutes of watching me work, understand that it's basically just the same controls that I'm using over and over again. And with those controls, you can really refine something. Okay, so that looks decent for a tire right now. Like I said, we can always come back and tighten this up and make it nicer. In fact, let's push in the wall a little bit like that. Okay, and now what we can do is actually make the spokes, and we'll just make some quick stand-in spokes with the volume tool. And if we click it twice, we can get this edit panel that shows us different options that we can use. Now I'm going to use polar symmetry here. I'm going to slide this up to 12 and change my color. And what polar symmetry allows you to do is actually sketch something symmetrical around an axis. So I'm just going to roughly create some stand-in rims. These are just going to be used for right now. We can create something more finished in Alias or in Blender or something else later. And then I'm going to grab this and change the color of it so that it's the same color and material. Actually, these are some pretty chunky tires. So I'm just going to shift this data out. Okay, so let's lower those so that they're intersected with the ground, and maybe shift it in a little bit there. But anyways, we'll stop playing with this now. And what we can do now is take that, group it together, and duplicate it out along an axis like this. So pretty quickly we can understand what the wheelbase of our car is going to be. I'm going to leave this at 3 wheels, and yeah, delete this front one here. And actually, you know what? I'm a big fan of micro cars, so I'm going to delete these back guys here, and you'll see, like, really quickly we can just shift the proportion around here of the vehicle. So you can do a lot of quick thinking. And let's shift in the wheelbase back here, make it a little bit thinner. Same thing in the front. Shift it in. Like that. And yeah, okay, there we go. So we're gonna make a smaller car. And let me just change the material and color of these guys here. All right, and so now that we have our wheels and we have our occupants, what we can do is start keeping things organized in our layers here. So I'm gonna go to layers and create 3 new ones. Let's name the first one Guy. Second one, wheels. And the third one we'll call sketch. So now we have these layers, but everything is on the same layer here. So to take geometry and place it on a new layer, you would grab it, hold it, and you'll see now that the layers turn into blue boxes. So we call these bins. And what you can do is grab that geometry, hold it over the bin like this. When it turns green, let go. And now, if I adjust the visibility, you'll see that that stuff is on that new layer. So I'll do that for both of the wheels here. And our guys are already on the same layer. So the last thing I want to do is make sure that the magnifying glass is on the new layer that I want to create geometry on, or I want to sketch on in this case. So I'll click right here in the middle. All right, I have my eyeglass. That's good. I'll lock these layers here. And now what we can do is select the ink tool, change it to something dark like that, a darker color. And now pretty freely start to, sketch out what we want this micro car to look like. So it definitely takes a little bit of time to get familiar with sketching in Gravity Sketch. And actually the biggest thing that helps with it is navigation is probably the biggest thing that will help you. So to navigate, you hold both of these grab triggers and you move your arms apart and towards each other. And this is how you zoom in and out, but it's also how you move. And that's kind of unique to Gravity Sketch. And we call this swimming. And so the better you get at this, the better you're going to understand your design and the faster you're going to be in the program. Because now essentially I can just come in here and view my design from every single angle, every single perspective, and every single scale. And so now, let's start getting a loose sketch of the vehicle. Now again, we can change this at any time, so I'm not going to be too precious here. I'm just going to try and get down a proportion. Very messy sketching, very loose. And you can just delete lines as you wish. And I'm curious, Žofia, how long did it take you to get comfortable with just the sketching part of Gravity Sketch?
Like that was really fast, I think. Like this is like the most intuitive part of it. So it's like you can get it in like within 1 week, I think. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. If
it's quick, yeah.
If you're open to, learning new things, if you like trying new things, I definitely, highly suggest people to check it out at least once.
You can make it super rough. You can like really make like precise tapered line, and it's just a tool, and you decide how you use it, like which output do you need, and it can really improve and like fasten up the whole design workflow. So
yeah, definitely. I think for me the language that I use is that it's very similar to Legos, right? Simple tool, simple properties as far as how to use it, and then it's really just your creativity that controls the rest of it.
Yeah. It's like you have no excuses here, like you don't know perspective, it doesn't matter. You don't know how to apply symmetry, the program does it for you. So it's like, it's really about your creativity, and like nothing is really like constricting you, so that's great.
Emil, can I ask you something?
Sure, go for it.
About the wheel. When you do the revolve tool and polar arrange, and if you afterwards want to add something, how do you set the axis back to the exact place?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'm going to duplicate up your tire here, and we can take a look at it here.
Yeah.
So your question was basically, I created this tire, and then I moved my axes, and maybe I was sketching some other things. How do I come back to it and add to this tire? So what you would do is take your grab sphere, highlight the geometry. Don't press any buttons, just highlight the geometry, and then half hold this trigger on your left-hand controller, and you'll see these red arrows appear, and then you can snap to them. So what you're snapping to is the previous axes for this geometry. And so now we can come in here and, not only edit this, but add to it with the confidence of knowing that we're adding to the same axes. And this not only works for the revolve tool, this would also work for, the volume tool as well, because that also works around an axis. Okay, so I'll go back to ink sketching here.
Can you model for 3D printing and milling as well in Gravity Sketch?
Yeah, so I mean, just like any other program, whenever you go to 3D print or mill, there's a little bit of work that needs to be done. I actually think Diego and Žofia know this best. But basically, the rule is closed geometry is very easy to 3D print. So for instance, the ink tool, that's closed geometry.
Yeah.
The stroke tool, same thing. Maybe draw it bigger. The revolve tool, not so much. See how it's a paper thin surface?
Yeah.
We could drag these edit points to the center like this and then make it closed geometry, but there's still some work that needs to be done. Surface tool, obviously paper thin, needs some more work. Volume tool, you're good to go. And then down here, we have primitive shapes. So if we create a primitive shape here, that's a closed off box.
Yeah.
But we can convert it to sub D. And so now this is basically the same as modeling in Blender or Maya or something like that. It's polygonal-based modeling. So we can add our edge loops, we can shift things around, and then we can turn on smoothing. This is ready to print. It's a closed-off object. But if I do this and delete a face, now there's some work that needs to be done.
Yeah, and sometimes also in the subdivision there are like minor mistakes and you need to fix them. So you really need to run the model in Blender or like in some slicer, and you will like see what you need to fix. Yeah, but it's possible. I can show you at when Emil finish his tutorial. I can show you some prints we did with students and what I am printing right now.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because it seems to be a very, very powerful piece of software.
Yeah, it definitely is. Even with just the simple tools here. So for instance, we're just sketching right now, and we can add something to our sketch lines called planar. And planar, you'll see I did it for the side view, allows you to draw, directly on a plane, flat, like that, 2D. And so, I mean, even if you don't want to get into surfacing in Gravity Sketch, you can just sketch your section lines like this. And actually, this is what a lot of designers do in the industry right now. Except for in Alias, is they'll just sketch out their curves in Alias and give it to a 3D modeler to model.
It's like 3D taping, virtual 3D taping.
Exactly.
That's cool.
And it's much faster because in Alias, like you need to move from these orthographic views and like move the anchors of the curve, and it's like kind of a painful process. And here it's super intuitive. It's like really like.
Yeah, it's like having a pen in a 3-dimensional space, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the hardest thing to explain when showing people Gravity Sketch is like just how different it is when you're actually in VR, like experiencing the design at scale. So for instance, oftentimes when I'm doing the interior, I'll just kind of sit at the scale of the interior like this. And very quickly.
Oh, that's so cool.
And it's super ergonomic. It's like it fits your proportions. Then it means it's like the design is proportionate. So it's like such a benefit.
Right. And you can also unlock this stuff at any time and just, see how far do you need to reach out to use the IP. Okay, that's my limit. I think I should probably move the screen in a bit.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's so clever, because then you can like instantly just feel where all the touch points should be.
Yeah.
You can test the view from the seat as well. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, you can see where you're having obstruction with the knee and all those ergonomic things that are need to be considered when designing a product.
Yeah. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I think what I'll do now is let's shift in some of these points. I mean, this is looking pretty rough, but we can work with it. So now what I'm going to do is actually, let's go to the layers, turn down the guide, and let's create a new layer here and name this volume, or filler, actually. And so this is the example that you'll see in the book that Žofia put together. And this is basically a really quick technique to create a sketchboard, so that you don't need to sketch 1,000 sketches. You can just grab your views from Gravity Sketch So anyways, I'm gonna make sure that I'm on that filler layer right there. And I'm going to pick a nice bright color. Let's use like a greenish, greenish yellow. And we're gonna go from the ink tool to the volume tool. And I'm gonna turn symmetry all the way down so that I don't have that repeating shape. And this is what the volume tool looks like. Basically, it works the same as the ink tool, except for it connects a volume between the sketch line that you're making or the spline that you're making. So now what I like to do is if anybody's used hidden line trick and alias whenever you're making your curve models, basically you put in a volume in the center of your sketch like this, very, very quick, very ugly, and then you make it invisible so that you don't see the sketch lines on the other side of the car. So it's going to take me a couple of seconds here to lay in some quick geometry.
And can those volumes snap to the lines you have made for the sketch?
They can snap to the lines.
Or is it a little bit fiddly to do?
What's that?
Or is it a little fiddly to do that part of it?
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. You can do that, but basically it's just not worth the time. It's better to just make really quick shapes like this because we're not actually using them as geometry. We're just using them to hide the other side of the line.
So that would probably be something that would be ideal to put into Photoshop straight after for further development.
Exactly, and that is the workflow that we'll show right now, which is basically quick sketch and gravity sketch. Hurry up and get your idea out. Yeah. Understand the proportion, and then leverage the tools that we're already very good at and very skilled at, which is Photoshop.
Yeah, well, that's very clever.
So I think a few more lines here, or shapes, and we should be good. This is good enough for a quick example, so I'll do one last one. Okay, and now the reason I put these on separate layers here, so the sketch and the volume, is because I want to lock the sketch and expand the grab sphere by going up and down on the joystick and grab all of those volumes and group them together. So now I have it grouped together. I can grab it, change the color to flat or to bright white, and then grab it again and change the material. So we have basic, reflective, tune, and flat material. I'll change it to flat material here. Mm-hmm. And now, blue button.
See the shape
change
of
the
the
workspace. And we're going to get rid of the gradient and change the environment to bright white flat like that. And now we can grab the flashlight. We can close this menu for now. We can grab the flashlight and choose the direction of light here. And it still doesn't look invisible because we have the stage floor on. So I'm going to turn off the stage floor as well. All right, there we go. And now what we have is, a quick sketch here. So what we can do is then go to the Save tab here, click Take Screenshot, and this option replaces your left-hand controller with a panel. And this is basically your screenshot panel here. So we can adjust field of view. We can adjust depth of field, and sometimes depth of field is hard to understand where it's being affected. So we built this preview here, and if you turn that on, it acts as like a heat map. It shows you exactly where it's affecting, and then you can turn off and see the preview. But to be honest, I don't really use depth of field. Some of that stuff is better in other softwares. And yeah, I want to get rid of the shadows too, because again, we're creating a sketchboard, and we want to do as little work as possible in Photoshop. So we have 3 options here for the shadows, and I can show you this. No shadows, sketch shadows, and then floor shadows. And so we're just going to get rid of floor shadows right now. They're the only ones that we don't need. Yeah, and then we can come in here, take a screenshot, press the blue button every time you want to take a screenshot, like this, and get a bunch of different, angles of our vehicle. And very quickly populate a sketchboard in Photoshop. And you also have this option here, transparent background, and this will save it out. This makes life so much easier when making sketchboards. You can get rid of the background there, and it saves it out as a PNG. Okay, so another nice thing or advantage, I guess, of sketching in VR is, yes, it's very quick, but also we can do iterations, a lot of iterations. So basically what you could do is take this car, duplicate it out, 3 times in a row like this, and now, come back here and start sketching on top of this, or just, roughly shifting around geometry like that, change the proportion. And actually, something new that we added is the ability to, I'll show it like this. Let's turn down the filler all the way. And yeah, actually, let me do it this way. Okay, so something that we added before is, before you would only be able to so before you'd only be able to take a single edit line. There we go, sketch layer. Okay. Before, if you had a group of sketch lines like this, and you grabbed all of them and pressed the blue menu button to put it into edit mode, you would only be able to adjust one of them. It would select a line and then allow you to adjust only that one line. But with the new update, you can grab all of these sketch lines and then long hold the blue button here. And now you'll see I have the edit points for all of these lines. So you can actually shift them all around together. Yeah, it makes proportion exploration very
so much
easy.
faster. Yeah.
And you can expand your grab sphere here, hold the side button like that, and then go down and up on the grab sphere and use soft selection. So then now that allows you to get these really gestural shapes with all of these lines at the same time. So if we want to, we can grab the entire greenhouse like this. I don't know how well it will work for the greenhouse, but we'll just use that as an example. And, start shifting it around. And yeah, I generally say, use gravity sketch as that creative starting point. If you're tired of sketching or you want to try something new, you can use this to generate ideas pretty quickly. And in fact, it doesn't even need to be a sketch like this. You can get very loose with the geometry. You could come in here with the volume tool, just the volume tool, and try and, quickly get some speed forms down. Put anything in edit mode, adjust it. And like just from that right there, pretty much any car designer in the world would be able to say, okay, I've got 100 ideas, just off of that. Actually, we can use that to start sketching over top of. Does anybody have any questions, like about Gravity Sketch, about hardware, about doing auto design in a software like this?
What tools did you use for the wheels apart from the revolve tool?
Yeah, so the wheels right now are made of the revolve. Actually, let me unlock it. So if I duplicate this out, these are made of the revolve tool, the red and the yellow, and then the volume tool is for the spokes. So the volume tool has like different settings. So free sketch, it looks like this, right? And it's great for creating rocks and landscapes very quickly. And then there's different options you can add to it. So planar, for instance. Planar we use to sketch the side view on the car. You can also use it for the volume tool to make flat shapes like this, and then put them into edit mode and extrude them like that.
Yeah.
And then polar symmetry allows you to do what we did for the rims. And actually polar symmetry with planar turned on gives you this effect, which is, you know, the ability to sketch really flat shapes duplicated as many times as you want.
Nice. So it's basically just the volume and the symmetry command you have used.
Yep, absolutely. And sorry, one thing to note for people is both sketch lines and ink tool and stroke. If you make a line like this, and let me put this into edit mode so we can have a look at this. So if we put it into edit mode, we see all these edit points here.
Yeah.
We can simplify them like this and get a nice clean, you know, automotive line. And then when we export this, if we export this as IGES, so I'll go here, you can export as OBJ, FBX, and IGES. So if we export this line as IGES, it comes into Alias as a curve with the same amount of edit points, or CVs, I guess. So it makes it so that you can do a quick line sketch in here, import it into Alias, and then if you like building surfaces in something like Alias, you can just use it as reference there.
To sú dve rozličné veci, to som to spojila, ale oni sa sústredia čo na obrazovku.
Okay, and the next thing I'll show is surfacing.
To je úplne iná vec,
Here.
promovala workshop, ale knihu.
Okay, so let's say, you know, that's our car, and we want to come in here and do the same exact thing. So I'm just going to take, that geometry there, make it white, and okay, those are our sketch lines. Okay, so right now what we have is we have these loose gestural sketch lines, and if we're going to create surfaces, sometimes it's good to use the lines that we have in the sketch to create the surfaces between them, similar to Alias. So what I'm going to do is, let's see, lock the wheels in the sketch below, and turn my new sketch down in opacity after I change the color. Let me change it to black. Okay, so now I'll turn this sketch down a bit so that we can use it as reference. Create a new one, a new layer here, and call this clean line. So now, instead of using the ink tool, what we're going to do is use the stroke tool. And when you first use the stroke tool, it pretty much seems like it has no different functionality from the ink tool, except for it's an even thickness line, right? There's no taper. But where the stroke tool really shines and sets itself apart from the ink tool is by being able to click it and add different options to it. So for instance, in this case, we're going to use point mode. And point mode allows me to click, and every time I click, draw out an edit point. And we can close it off by pressing the opposite trigger.
It's like a slow, more precise tool. Yeah.
Exactly. So we can come in here and just get, a very refined curve. And again, just like anything else, take it, put it into edit mode, refine it further on your own, like this. Maybe move it out in X or Z. And then if you want to add a sketchy look to it, you can always grab the edit points and taper them up and down afterwards. So we can still get that sketch look. We can get something, that's tighter, a tighter look, but still sketchy. Looks like I forgot to lock my sketch layer. Okay, so we're going to create one more line underneath here. And with this line, we'll be able to start surfacing. How am I doing on time, Žofia?
It's almost like 2 o'clock, so we have roughly 1 hour.
Okay. I'm sorry, roughly how long?
1 hour.
Okay. So now what we're going to do is do some surfacing. So purple menu button, which is the tools menu, go to the surface tool. And when you first use the surface tool, it's very free. It's very free and organic like this. It's almost like dragging out cloth or a ribbon. And this is very useful if what you're doing is like interior design or sometimes even product design or mainly entertainment design. But for industrial designers trying to surface a car, it's less than ideal. So what we want to do here is actually just change some of the properties of this tool here. So I'm going to drag that menu out because we're going to change a few things here. So by default, it's on simplified geometry. So that's the type of geometry that we're using. If you flick it to the right in the center there, you have NURB geometry. So this is just like Alias. You can draw it out, and it's NURB based, and it comes into Alias 1-to-1, and it looks very usable in Alias. And then we have sub D here, and sub D looks a little more rounded, and that's just because of the geometry, because you need to add edge loops if you want to tighten up the ends. And so we're going to stick with sub D for the purpose of this demo. And then the last thing we want to do is when I'm sketching out these surfaces, I don't want any curvature. So I'm going to take this graph and drag it all the way to the bottom. So now I have nice flat surfaces. And the last thing we're going to do here is we're going to move from mixed input mode, which is this free sketching. And we could use point mode, but it's still not enough precision. We're going to use bridge curves. And what bridge curves allows you to do is select 2 curves and sketch a surface between them like that. And so now I have this nice flat surface, and I can take that, put it into edit mode, and drop in these edit points like this, or I'm sorry, edge loops. And now select them, pull them out. In fact, let's make this a reflective surface. And very accurately get the core of this vehicle, of the body side. And there's a lot of flexibility with sub D. You can move this around. You can add more, edit points like this. And if you have too much geometry, you can come in here and actually thin it out a little bit, grab entire edge loops and delete them, like this. And yeah, it's pretty useful. It's pretty helpful geometry type because of how loose you're able to be. And we can move individual points like this and get these nice concave surfaces and start tracking highlights.
Yeah.
So I think the next thing we'll do is basically take these surfaces, we'll make multiple surfaces and connect them together. So I'm going to duplicate back this line and make a couple of other neat lines here. Okay, good. We have point mode on. Come up here and let's make the greenhouse. And a lot of times, instead of creating new geometry or a new sketch line, I like to just come in here and duplicate something that I've already done and just be lazy. So I'll duplicate this up, I'll shift it out, and drop it down like this. No need to spend the time creating something new. Okay, so now that I have that line, I can go back to my surface tool, create a surface between it. And there's a lot of edit points there, so I always like to come in here and thin things out. Less data is better data. And we can't see it right now, but I'm going to create a surface here for the hood. And then we can turn off that the volumes.
Emil, could I ask?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe this is not the smartest question, but what is the cheapest option for use Gravity Sketch? I mean, from the side of hardware, glasses and controllers, maybe you know.
Absolutely, yeah. So basically, a few years ago, this would have been a lot more difficult. But maybe over Christmas, you've seen the Oculus Quest 2 being advertised for like video games and things like that. That is the best headset to get started with. So it gives you the controllers, the headset all together, and the best part is you don't need a big powerful PC to use it. It runs everything off of the headset wirelessly. So that is definitely the best option that I've seen most recently.
But the crazy thing is, it's so much cheaper in the US than in Slovakia. I've checked the prices. It's like 200 euros more expensive here.
What?
Yeah, and also if I want to get it from...
How much is it there?
Here is around 500 euros.
Oh my God.
So and when I wanted to order it from the US, and then the taxes and the shipping, it's 200 euros. So it's crazy from the US. So. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
But it's cheaper in Finland, so maybe family will get me one.
All right, yeah, we need to get some smuggling operations.
Yeah, because there is a monopoly in Slovakia. There is only one shop selling it, so they have they can put whatever price they want on it. Yeah.
Okay, so the next thing I want to show you guys here is, you'll see these are all different surfaces. In fact, let's get rid of the reflectivity. So we have separate surfaces here, and what we want to do is actually connect them together. So the reason I use sub D now instead of designing with NURBS is because with NURBS, you need to plan a lot of things out. You need to say, okay, here I have a surface, and I have another surface here, and I want to intersect them, and then in between them, I want to figure out what the radius is going to be for a transition. And with polygonal modeling, in here, basically, I can make a surface on the hood, I can make a surface for the greenhouse and for the body side, and I don't have to think too hard about how these things are going to come together, because I can grab one surface, put it into edit mode, use these sub D tools to merge the other surfaces together. And so now you'll see that they're the same color, the same material, and when I look at them, I can see the edit points on all of these surfaces now. And so now this is a very simple game of duplicating out an edge and connecting it together. And of course, just like any other modeling tool or sketching tool, you have to figure out how you want that geometry to come together in the neatest way possible. But again, this is where I would say it's very hard to explain, you know, how easy it is to work with this stuff when you're in VR, because you're seeing it in front of you. It's like holding an object or working in the wood shop.
Does those edit points snap together more or less automatically, or do you click on each of them?
Yeah, automatically. So if I just bring this point close to that point, it snaps together.
Okay, so when you're just hovering the point over the other one, then they automatically snap.
Yep, that triggers it.
Oh, that's quite clever. And that probably also makes it easy to make the model watertight and closed.
Definitely.
Sweet.
And so, yeah, now basically we've taken something that, normally you have to methodically, plan out how you're gonna, let's see, there we go, 2 edges next to each other. So yeah, something that you usually have to do a lot of planning now, you can just very, like if you can just experiment and, yeah, find the forms that you wanna use. You don't need to plan it out necessarily.
I think right now this room is getting too big for my Oculus Quest. It's complaining for data to be too much and it might crash, and it's getting really laggy.
Yeah, we have quite a bit of geometry in here at this point.
Yeah, I've been trying for a long time now to set up the Oculus Link that I could use the Quest with PC. Mm-hmm. I still have some problems with it, but
yeah. So what I would say about that is I just recently set mine up, and pay attention, especially to the cable that you're using.
Oh yeah. I'm using now USB 3 cables. So and I've actually tried 2 different cables, which both are USB 3, so it should be okay.
Okay. So a big, let's say, problem area whenever you're modeling a car is the wheel arches. So for that, I'm going to turn on this grid here. So we have this built-in grid in Gravity Sketch. You can kind of see those lines. You can see those dots there. So that is the actual grid. We can change the density of it here, make it a lot smaller, a lot tighter. I'm going to leave it at 20 centimeter grid. And then I'm going to drop in a shape here. So in this case, I'm going to drop in a cylinder. And once I have that cylinder, I can turn off my grid again and use the precision tool to, precision tool to rotate this 90 degrees. Like that. And I'm going to use this as a starting point for my wheel arches. So, of course, with all of this stuff, it could have been a lot more perfect if I planned it out from the beginning. We're just kind of experimenting with ideas right now. So what I'm going to do is take that and now change it from a regular primitive like this to sub D. And now that it's sub D, I'm going to delete the faces, select auto edge loops here, duplicate that face in, delete this one here, and very quickly I have a starting point for my wheel arches. And again, this is probably more edit points that I want. So what I'll do is just delete the bottom here, like that. And then come in here and every other one I can delete. Again, you could plan this out earlier and choose how many you want. But yeah, it's a good enough starting point right now. And then yeah, we can come in here and merge these two shapes together, and start to connect them, just like we did before. So again, this goes back to the simple laws, simple properties, and language of Gravity Sketch. You'll just see me, honestly, it will get boring after a little bit of time here, if it's not boring already, because I'm basically just doing the same thing over and over again and experimenting. And so here's another nice thing. So like when you're learning how to marker sketch, basically what's preached to you then is focus on the 1, 2, 3 values, right? The dark values, the light values, the midtones. And with subdivision, you can come in here and turn on and off the smoothing. And this really helps to like view the geometry on a simpler level, and then also understand the 1, 2, 3 values in depth. So now I can turn it on and figure out where all my problem areas are. Okay, another thing that's kind of nice here is you'll see, I don't necessarily have the amount of data that I need to make a nice clean quad. I mean, I could drop in an edit point here and then very simply have, a quad. But let's say that we had a surface is exactly the way we wanted it, and unfortunately we have, a triangle left. Sub D geometry is really forgiving, so you can just duplicate out that surface, attach one point and delete the other. And again, we're not A-class modelers here, so we can just do that, and it's pretty easy to get away with. Like it will still allow you to do that. So this isn't the nicest model, but it's a demonstration pretty quickly. But yeah, basically now we'll look at that wheel arch there, or the wheel flat, and it looks pretty doughy. And so what we can do is click in extra edit points like that and have a nice flat wheel arch, or we can use this feature here. Crease. And crease will allow you to click on an edge and sharpen it up and crease it there. And so that looks pretty decent with the crease tool. Let's make this a darker color. and also change the environment. I just realized we're on completely white environment like a crazy person. All right, there we go. Well, anyways, crease tool looks okay. It's not the best. It will do the job, but what I've found is that actually crease tool with edge loops helps a lot. So if you use the two together, you can get some pretty good results. And then you also have the smooth tool here. So you can select smoothing and displace those edit points in a nice smooth manner like this. And you can adjust the size of this so that you can do it for, you know, an entire section of the car or, you know, a smaller section.
Oh, I have a question. It's possible to add to the faces of one mesh different color, or it's like
I think I know what you're saying. So
or you have to divide the geometry.
Right. So usually what I do is, like, let's say we want to separate the greenhouse. Unfortunately, this is, you know, it's a little bit of work, but I duplicate it up like this. I delete away my other geometry. Like that. Same thing, vice versa up here. Gets a little easier when you can use edge loops. And then populate that up, change the color, like that, separate those surfaces, or come in here and duplicate in and start to create the interior. Okay, so what do you think would be good to do at this point, Sophia? Well, actually, let's take a look at what these guys are working on over here.
Yeah, check their designs. Oh, Diego, nice.
That's nice. Yeah, and you built all of that, you know, without a side view, which is pretty cool. I like this section here. Oh man.
Whoa. What is this, Samuli?
Some crazy detail here.
It's a hot rod.
Yeah, this is a really fun thing about Gravity Sketch as well, is like you can just with these simple tools, like this is, for instance, this is just the stroke, you know? You can just get a ridiculous amount of detail, and like think of how hard it would be to do rope in another program connecting the intake. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah, yeah.
And
And these wheels, I did these wheels in like 5 minutes.
It's crazy fast.
Really awesome.
I'm glad you guys like it.
Yeah.
So, I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
As far as like integrating Gravity Sketch into like an existing workflow, like would I be able to export that rope, for instance, as like a 3D object that I could then import into other programs, or
Right.
yeah.
Right. So let's duplicate this up and have a look. So basically, if I put this into edit mode, this stroke thickness or the geometry surrounding it is kind of like an illusion. If you export it as an IGES, it will import as just a curve, right? So this is all just like some aesthetic over top of a curve, or a spline, I should say, right? Mm-hmm. But if we export this as OBJ, this exports as actual data, and then you'll be able to take it in another program and manipulate it the same way that I did those sub-D surfaces over there, right? So it will import as surfaces, edges, and edit points.
Yeah, there are two options. You can export it as OBJ, but you can export it either as rendering, so it's like super dense and it's difficult to choose the geometry, or you can export it as a mesh with a few vertex points, so you can change it in another polygonal program.
Hopefully that answered.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm like mesmerized every time I see people in Gravity Sketch. So.
Oh, and hi Ariel, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Well, virtually.
Yeah, sorry, I saw a better design and now I want to work on this with him. Let's start getting some headlamps in here.
Cool. So, and this is so cool, like it's a collective program. It's really like a clay model, and a lot of people can work on it at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and actually, on the clay model thing, I just want to come over here. I don't know, I find this very cool that you can change it to look almost exactly like clay. It kind of does the trick. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's actually where we see ourselves as a company going a lot more into, is right now we have a good program where you can make data, you can design things, and we feel like we have that part really accomplished already. And now what we're focusing on is basically reviewing. So basically, people being able to come in here together and say, you know what, sorry, here we go. Say, you know what, this is a problem area on the car. We need to fix that. And what we should do is, I don't know, pull out, right, and then you can leave notes there, and you can talk about it together and understand this design and have a conversation. And so right now we're using the call audio because Žofia is streaming this, and we have more people that aren't in VR. But again, you saw earlier that we do have audio in here, and so that's when it would be used to collaborate. In fact, somebody that does a really good job with this, if you want to check him out on Instagram or on LinkedIn, is Eric Stoddard. He's teaching classes fully in VR, fully in Gravity Sketch. He's a Ford designer, and it's a good use case to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was checking his class and his Instagram. Yeah.
Yeah, it's he's insanely good in Gravity Sketch.
Mm. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it evolves. Like if companies like stop using like the actual clay, or like use it just for a special, like for the final or like for the minor changes because it's so expensive, and they'll maybe switch to the VR where you can like change the design so much faster and so much cheaper. So
yeah, you know, I think off Samuel, do you think you can turn off the audio in Gravity Sketch?
Me? Oh, wait.
Not on the call, in Gravity Sketch, in the app.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because it turned on because...
you left the room and came back in, yeah.
It crashed, so I had to come again to the room, so...
No worries, no worries. Yeah, but to your question, Žofia, I think, you know, oftentimes when people find a new tool, they ask themselves, well, what tool will this replace? And actually, you know, after using or after, you know, being a part of the team for like, you know, 2 years, I've noticed that like it's just an additional tool in your toolbox, and clay still has an amazing purpose. It's still a super useful tool, and absolutely necessary whenever you're designing a car to use clay. And then Gravity Sketch just fits into a totally different box. But that's usually a question we get from, you know, like alias modelers or clay modelers. They're like, "Are you trying to take our job?" It's just like, no. Like it can't take your job, right? Like this alias you need to build a car, clay you need to build a car. We just want to enhance the communication between you and the designer, because a lot of times, you know, passing over a sketch, you know, for a designer it makes total sense, and they understand it, and we all understand it together. But a clay modeler might have some trouble understanding surfaces, especially if you're not the best at rendering. And a 3D model just really, for a lot of people, it closes the gap, right? It helps fully tell the story.
But it will make a total sense, like if you are working from home office, it's like almost everybody in the pandemic, so you don't need to like actually go to and meet like the people. You can just meet them in a VR, and it's like safe and more like comfortable.
Absolutely, yeah. It definitely can fill in there and help out the communication there. Yeah, I'm not sure, you know, what else I can show really. Is that how we're doing on time?
We have half an hour, so yeah.
Does anybody want to see anything specific? Like, yeah, I don't know, or maybe see some more.
Some question in, but he doesn't have the audio on
the echo.
He's asking to.
Cannot hear you, Diego.
Through Teams.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not Gravity Sketch.
Do you hear me in Teams?
Diego, when you join us on Teams, then you can ask, and then you maybe can go back.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. It didn't work. I don't like. What do you think about the haptic feedback gloves like VR and?
That was a little hard to hear. What do I think about what?
Gloves like haptic feedback. They react to your fingers, especially.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a tiny bit of haptic feedback in Gravity Sketch right now. Obviously, not to the level that you're talking about. I think it's exciting. It could provide a really unique experience in once you're in VR. If anybody's on the call has been to what's it called, the Void. It's like a entertainment location. It's kind of like the alternative to going to a movie theater. But basically you go and they might have a Star Wars experience, right? So then you put on VR, they give you a simulated like a fake gun, and they lead you through an experience. And what you learn about VR is the smallest sensations that are added. So like a little bit of wind blowing in your hair, matched up with the virtual simulation does so much. It completely tricks your brain. And there will be, sections where you're walking over, a plank, right? And below it is a bunch of lava. And all they do is take like hot air and blow it up. And it completely tricks your brain. You actually think that you're walking on a plank and there's, some hot material that's about to burn you, and you're just feeling the warmth from a distance. So I think haptic feedback is going to be huge. I don't know if gloves are going to be the source of how that all manifests or not. But what I can say is if you look at the research that's come out of Oculus, so Facebook unfortunately, but if you look at the tools that they're working on there, they have hand tracking. So it's extremely impressive right now. They basically can track your hand, and you can make like a let me just draw it out here. You can make like an OK sign like this, and then take objects and intersect them with your fingers like that, and it maps all of that, and it has hit boxes. It's really impressive what they're doing. So I think the future is more maybe like a lighter headset, no controllers, and just less stuff actually to give you that experience. But there's going to be multiple approaches, so we'll see what happens.
So kind of on that note, I've heard from like every single person that I know who uses Gravity Sketch that it's really intuitive. Would you say the bigger learning curve is just like adjusting to VR? Yeah,
that's a good question. Actually, I wouldn't say that. If the first time I used it, and maybe it's worth getting these guys' opinions on it and Žofia's as well. But what I noticed is the first time I used Gravity Sketch, it was a little bit disorienting, and then it was the same thing but less for the next 2 times that I used it, and then after that, just completely used to it. It doesn't it doesn't really faze me at all, and the reason for that I think is anybody that's experienced like VR video games or experiences like I was just talking about before, there's so much going on that you're not in control of, right? There's animations going on, there's other people moving around, and so you're kind of a passenger for that experience. But in Gravity Sketch, like, you're controlling every single action. And in fact, even if I do all this, crazy stuff right now, I know that I'm doing it, so my brain is more comfortable with it. And these guys have an independent viewport, right? So their viewpoint is completely different than mine. If I scale up and down, it doesn't affect anything for them.
Yeah.
But what do you think, Žofia? Like, did you experience the same kind of thing?
It was the same. Like the first week was like, oh yes, like what is this? This is like, it was like a bit like uncomfortable or something, but then you get used to it. Like your brain calculates like your movement, like you recalibrate yourself, so you get into it pretty fast, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Then it's not so much about the tool, it's more about your creativity and how you understand the proportions and other things, I think. It's like people do crazy things with it. So.
Yeah. Another thing I'll say is like, I kind of have to admit that I was not, definitely not a 3D person before picking up this tool. I actually really hated working in 3D because it kind of felt like more and more of becoming a designer was sitting at a desk, and I really like, you know, being in the shop and building things, and you know, I like sketching. It's fine, and you could do some really cool stuff, you know, when you're sketching, but it just felt like everything was moving to the computer, and you know, oddly enough, now I have the computer on my head, which is kind of weird, but it's definitely liberated my design sensibility. Now creating data is not like this huge task. It's so quick and simple. And I actually realize now in my workflow how simple the data could be. And then, you know, how powerful something like a rendering engine is. You know, I don't need to make perfect data every time. In fact, this here is a relatively loose sketch, and we could get some awesome renderings from this.
Yeah.
If you just mess around with the lighting and mess around with some materials. And so it's actually freed me up to start exploring, you know, architecture and building. And I mean, you can see that on my Instagram. There's another simple tool called Twinmotion, which is basically a simple simple UI over top of Unreal Engine, which I was using at Honda, and definitely takes, you know, Unreal takes a lot of time to figure out. It's super powerful, but it does take time. And yeah, the tools are just getting better and simpler, and yeah, it's definitely liberating as a designer, I would say.
And we have a question from YouTube for Emil. Could I use the data from Gravity Sketch in Maya? Is it any tools for integration?
So sorry, what was the question?
Could I use the data from Gravity Sketch in Maya? Is it any tools for integration? It's more about export option, I think, what he's asking.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Žofia knows this better than I think anybody. She did an entire project where she compared Maya to Gravity Sketch and went through an entire design process straight to milling. So I'm going to leave that question to you to answer. You know more than me.
It's possible. You have two options for export. You either can choose like rendering, and so it's like the geometry is super dense, and then you can like export it to Keyshot, for instance, and you have super nice renderings. Or you export it as a low poly model, then you use the mesh option, yeah, and yeah. Then you can open it in Maya, in Blender, in Alias subdivision, in Speedform, yeah, in any polygonal modeling tool, yeah. And I have a question. Like the Gravity Sketch, you did the contest for the backpack with the Keyshot.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen the presentation like from one team, like the black room with the cool like sci-fi environment. Yeah. How did they put the light in the Gravity Sketch? Or it was like some kind of like texture, or what was it?
Yeah, they got very tricky with that.
That was so cool.
Yeah. So something kind of interesting here is I'll show kind of what they did. So this used to be, I believe this used to be a bug in Gravity Sketch, and then we just turned it into a feature. Okay. But essentially, if I take his sketch like this, and so this is an image that we brought in, I can then map that to a surface. Now it doesn't look too good here, right? But you know, if I pick it up like that, it's stretched, it's a little bit better. And that's what they did. They just exported, or they just went into Photoshop and created a light gradient for those rings, and they faked all the lightning.
Smart. That's crazy. That's good.
Yeah, no,
So they just exported PNG file. So that is like transparent, and it's like a simple like white gradient. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's probably worth showing people as well. I'm glad you brought up.
Yeah, show how to use the textures. It's not working on.
You can
on
grab.
Everything, but, yeah.
Okay, so you can grab sketches, which is images, and then you can grab PNGs as well. And the cool thing about PNGs is, you know, they actually respect the transparency, right? I mean, it will highlight as an image, right? But you can see straight through it.
So you can add the stickers on your car and like graphics and everything. Yeah.
Right. So basically, I've created a little bit of a where did I put that? A materials folder. So I've come here. Where is it? I guess I just have them floating around like this. So like cork material and stone and concrete is really useful. And basically, you know, it's not like it's a visualization tool, but you can visualize enough to get the story across very successfully. So if I'm going to use concrete right now, turn it to toon material, and maybe darken it up a bit, and all of a sudden, you know, we can make a very quick. And actually, yeah, I learned this technique from Nick Baker. He's very talented in Gravity Sketch and also just in design in general. All right, so like, yeah, you can just make a very quick planter, and this is what I was talking about with the speed in Gravity Sketch. Let's duplicate that out. Let's delete some points. All right, great, we have another planter. All right, let's do it again. Let's shift some points around up here and maybe, you know, make the neck move in a little bit like this, and, you know, we have another planter, and, you know, you just keep doing this, and you can have an entire room of these ideations. So now let's say we wanted to make something like a trash can. We could, scooch that out like that and map this material, which is a mesh on top of it. So let's select that material. All right, that looks pretty good. And now we have a trash can, and we can, you know, swap that out and make the concrete on the inside of it.
Actually, this is crazy good for architecture or something like this, like for parametric architecture, that would work.
Right, yeah, and again, like, just use this as a 3D sketchbook, right? You can get really good at making data, no doubt, and you can see that in a lot of Zofia's work is, you know, she's getting very, very tight data, and able to 3D print it, and
I can show you.
Yeah, and basically just say like, okay, I can use this as a modeling tool, and I don't need another modeling tool. Or, you know, if you want to, just get your ideas out quickly like this, and then move on to something that you like better for explaining the idea.
Or you just need a base for Photoshop. It's like, you can choose like how you can integrate the gravity in your process, in your workflow.
Exactly. Basically, I want to be the laziest designer possible, right? And if I can do it quicker here, I'm going to do that. You know, I'll always take the easier route.
Yeah. Cool.
And then also this kind of, hopefully this might destroy my friends in here, but I'm going to import a model here. Let's import some plants and tell the story a little better. No, that's not there. Maybe it's in this folder.
It's so cool.
Plants. Here we go. So, you know, I can just grab these off of Turbo Squid, which is what I did here, and pull out some 3D models, blow them up, ungroup them. Let's get rid of that one there. And yeah, really quickly, like we can have a more in-depth story here. Ungroup it, change the color of the leaves. You know, it looks okay. And then let's delete this and start riffing on some ideas for a bench concept, right? So something nice and modern looking. Yeah, and now let's take our mannequins, pull them out.
I was thinking the other day, one use for gravity sketch would be if people are renovating their homes, you could actually model their home like a new interior to their home, and they could actually watch it even inside the home, and you know, walk inside.
Like a mixed reality.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually just did that. I redid my my desk and like built it into the wall and used a big block of or big countertop of butcher block, and yeah, it definitely. I mean, I've built a lot of things in the past, so it makes the planning a lot easier. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Let's import some other plants here, and hopefully it doesn't blow up everybody's headsets. Corner hedge, bush, plant, trees, realistic trees. I think it's bush.
So when you added the materials to the concrete and so on, was that just a JPEG that you imported into the scene and then mapped it?
Yeah, and actually I didn't do any mapping. The mapping is just automatic. See, like that. So I literally just applied it as a material.
Okay. So you were just finding a texture on Google Images, for example, and put it on landing pad.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And how did you then add it as a material to the
You
volume?
just put the image inside the workshop, you see, and it's there.
Yeah. So basically, let's pull out a different image here. So this house image, right? As soon as I pull it out into the environment, it becomes an active past material. So you'll notice above here is materials that you can choose. Then here you can choose color. And then here is all of the color / materials saved in the scene.
Ah, so it's basically just in the color menu.
Exactly. It populates here as a past material, sketch material, right there you can see. And then you just point the color picker at it and select it. And then you can, you know, change it and add it and edit it a little bit. You can't really edit it too much.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, and you can take a screenshot without the background as a PNG as well, yeah?
Yep. And so now we can just take that and do a lot of Photoshop, or a little bit of Photoshop work on top of it and arrive at a result. But honestly, my favorite thing is to take every complex piece of, you know, geometry or design I made and just change it to be the same color. I don't know why, but seeing it in this like uniform state is really pleasing. All right, let's see what they got over here. Oh yeah, we got some craziness.
I am working on a little bit wrong scale now, but I'm actually designing the shocks.
Well, it's looking good. It's
a bit down. Oh, yeah.
I think we can get away with making a ragtag grill here. Ah, that's pretty ugly. So that's sub D. It's going to look pretty ugly, but if we use NURB,
yeah,
it will map a lot nicer.
Imagine how much time you saved by using simple PNG, and imagine doing this in Grasshopper or somewhere else, like just for the visualization. Yeah.
But that brings up a good point, because I actually think, like, so if you look at two tools like Blender and Gravity Sketch, I mean, Blender is incredible. It's a fantastic tool. And I kind of see Blender as like pushing, let me draw it out here. I see Blender as like really raising the bar of like what designers can do and what tools can do, as far as like modeling and visualization and like professional rendering and all that. And I see Gravity Sketch as like raising the bar, or raising the floor for getting more people into 3D.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like democratizing the design tools.
Exactly. It just democratizes 3D. Yeah. And that's what's crazy, is like we've seen that in the footwear industry, where, you know, I didn't know this until joining Gravity Sketch, but apparently footwear designers, they never get into 3D. They really just, you know, they draw side view, top view, front view, and those orthographic views are enough to do patterning and you know, build a concept of a shoe. And so we've taken a bunch of designers that were in footwear design that have never cared about modeling, and now all of a sudden they're doing the most incredible models in Gravity Sketch.
Oh
yeah. Seriously, it's insane what some of these designers are doing. Tommy Olson is one of them. Like, he is the Gravity Sketch key shot master. If you check out his Instagram, like it'll just blow you away. But yeah, it's just cool to see people that, you know, didn't necessarily want to learn 3D, or in the past have tried to learn it and it was really painful, and then just pick this up like it's nothing. Oh yeah. Also, you know, just since this is going to YouTube, something I want to say: if you know, are attending a design university right now and you want to use Gravity Sketch, definitely get in touch with me. I don't know if Žofia can post my email, or just or go to the Gravity Sketch website, and we have an education link there, and you can reach out to us there. But yeah, it doesn't matter if you're, you know, student or professor, just hit us up. Let's talk about some of the options. It's absolutely free for students. And actually, as a product, we just went free. But unfortunately, with the free product,
from January.
Yeah, but with the free product, you don't get co-creation, so you wouldn't be able to you know, work together on something like this. Actually, Samuel, do you mind if I change this to the same color and material for a second? This whole model?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like absolutely obsessed with seeing things in the same color.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, look at that. That is so much
cool.
detail.
And in like what, 1 hour? It's like it's perfect.
you know, designing something like these exhaust pipes was like 10 seconds, you know.
Yeah.
So do you guys collaborate at all with like Oculus and the companies that are making the physical headsets?
I mean, somewhat. You know, honestly, I won't be able to speak to that as well as like, you know, some of the developers could at Gravity Sketch. But
Yeah.
I mean, you do have to generally, just so that you can get, you know, Gravity Sketch to work on Oculus and all the other headset manufacturers. But you know, they're building it so that people can develop for it, you know, very easily.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say it's too extensive of a relationship, but again, I'm not totally informed on that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and all the models will be saved in the room?
Yeah. So
Okay.
if anybody wants to join this, you know, feel free. You can check this stuff out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And do you hear me?
Yes.
How can I save like just my individual? I can continue like normal.
You have to export it, I think, or like
No,
save
actually,
it as a prefab.
yeah. So you can
Yeah.
just come up here to save. So yeah, this is actually
Yeah, show
kind of
them how
confusing.
to make a prefabs. That's cool.
Yeah, I'll show how to make a prefab, but let's say that you wanted to take everything here and take it to your own personal sketch room and then do work on it, you know, not in collaboration. All you need to do is save it out as a regular sketch. Otherwise, everything, like Sophia was just saying, saves here so that people can come back and collaborate on it together. But if you want to save it out on your own, you just save it as a regular sketch. But let's make a prefab, like Sophia was mentioning. So if we press the blue menu button and go to prefabs, there's again built-in models and then prefabs, so things that you can bring in from the internet. But we can also save what we made here in Gravity Sketch and use it. So I'm just going to expand the grab sphere here, grab all this data, hold it, and drop it in there, and then name this. Okay, and so now I can come in here and toggle through the menu that I have with honestly too many models and find Hot Rod Demo. And I could just pull it out into the environment like this very freely and scale it up, or I could drop it directly on the axes right on top of the model that we have there and import it. And because it's right on top of the model, it's going to be kind of difficult to move out, but I'll do it like this. Yeah. And now we have, you know, a different model that we could also position off axes, right? So this one, if we move it off axes, it's on mirror, so we can't, you know, there's a limit to what we can do. But this one, we can actually like lay out a scene now with it. Use it as a stamp.
edit it after you import it?
Sorry, what's that?
Edit the mesh. Like the.
Oh yeah. So you can it still has the history of editing, and then if you wanted to how do I say this? If you want to continue modeling it like you would that, it's a little tricky. But what you would do is ungroup it, delete the one half of it. I'm just going to do it roughly like that, and then grab all of this. Hold the menu button for a long time, so long hold it, and then you can mirror it on the other side again. And now we have, true mirror again. Okay, and I'm gonna just import some other models that I've done in the past to show, how far you can get with this as a modeling tool. I'm definitely not the best, but it will serve as a general example. So I think this one is decent. Can't remember. Maybe not. Well, okay, here's a decent example of interior. I'll import an interior here. This is just left at the sketch level. I wanted to get the lines across because an interior is a pain to draw. So I just wanted to get the design and then do Photoshop work over top of it. So this is like a very clean line drawing here. And then I placed in these dummy surfaces just to hide the lines on the other side. And yeah, I used some primitive shapes for the screen here. I'll actually ungroup that and change it to reflective. And yeah, so you definitely do a lot with it.
It's like super, you can sit inside, like you can sketch like really with your joints, with your arm. Like you can create the radiuses by your body, so that's really like kind of mixture of two realities.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's an example of a sketch. Let's drop in a model. Oh, this one was a lot of fun for me. It was a wheelchair design, and the concept was, what if Dyson made like a power assist wheelchair? And this is actually the second variation, so it's not that detailed. But this is plenty good enough geometry to take and put into Keyshot and do some really impressive stuff. And it's really not even that complex, actually. It's pretty simple geometry. And then the other thing you can do is actually take this and, like I was mentioning before, put it in alias. So I did that before. I had a shape like this, and I had another shape intersecting like this, and I didn't want to do the blending in Gravity Sketch. I wanted a really tight radius. So I dropped it into alias and combined those two shapes. So there's a ton you can do. The best thing about this project, I think, for me, is that, like, I mean, if there's ever a product that you're designing to improve a human's life, or that needs to be really comfortable, it's got to be a wheelchair, right? People are in it a lot of the time, and it's their main form of transportation. So, being able to like just see, is the armchair, how do I say that? Is this like the right height for the person's arms?
Yeah, the armrest,
right? The armrest, like that is so important to be able to say. Or, maybe you don't want to have an uncomfortable angle for the wrist when turning the wheels. So you can concept something where you have like a pulley system that they actually just move this forward, and it's geared to move it forward. Or maybe you hide batteries inside of this section right here, and it becomes like a light version of an electric bicycle, right? Like, so like the equivalent of an electric bicycle. So you could just do all that thinking out here, which is really great. Let's drop something else in. What else do we have? Oh, here's a great use of prefabs. Is, let's say you design a steering wheel somewhere, and then you want to use it in another product. You can do that pretty easily. You can just drop in a new steering wheel. And something that you spent more time modeling, and then maybe you want to focus on, you know, other things with this model. You just pull that out and use it as a placeholder. And in fact, same thing with the
wheels.
Yeah, the wheels is a big thing. But I found myself also using automotive chair. So I built this a couple of months ago. And yeah, I just put it in car models so that whenever I'm rendering it in KeyShot, you know, you're not focused on the chair, but you have something that's a good stand-in.
Yeah, and looking much better.
Yeah, like let's just change this all to be same color again. Ooh. Here, let's do like that. Like now all of a sudden looks a little more like, it looks like we spent a little more time on it, but all we're doing is just using things that we built in the past. Okay, and I think that is all I have to share there. So, decent amount of time in VR. I think I need to get my breakfast. But yeah, Žofia, thank you so much for inviting me to come on and speak with everybody. This has been a lot of fun, and honestly, this was the most fun right here. Is just teaming up with Samuel to build this thing. It looks awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emil, for...
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a great pleasure to meet you again. And thanks for sharing your skill with us.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. Ciao. Have a good one.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye. Okay.
Hey guys.
Hi.
What's up? How are you guys doing?
Hi. You don't have camera.
No, unfortunately. No webcam this time.
Okay. How are you?
All good, all good. I'm excited about this second encounter.
Okay. So, yeah, I will quickly introduce you. So Joachim is an exterior designer from Chery Europe, and he was doing his internship in Pininfarina, and you've done your transportation design education in Italy, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And for how long are you working for Chery?
Now it's gonna be almost 2 years now. I mean, still a few months, but yeah, almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years. And now you're working from home office, I suppose?
Yeah, since October.
That's some time.
So I'm not even in Germany since October.
Okay. Yeah, Chery is in Frankfurt, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. We have the studio there. Actually, not in Frankfurt. It's close by, though. It's in a small town. And yeah, but basically since October, I've been doing home office from Italy. So yeah, it's been fun.
I can imagine. So, I'm not sure if everybody remembers you, but we had one workshop together in September with my students, and I would like to maybe show what we've done there, and
sure.
Put it together as an ebook so everybody can download it. It's for free, the link to the ebook is in the YouTube description box. So it's like basically like we've done a lot of workshops like through the last 1 year, and like it's divided to the Photoshop and the Gravity sketch. And here you can see like who is the author of the tutorial. You can click here, and like the YouTube video will open, so you can like see the process and like the tools which were used. So, and here you have more like detailed description of the process. So it's also like Joachim like did some adjustment on the student sketches, so you can compare, you can learn how to improve your own proportions, your own sketches from this. Yeah, and here's one more tutorial.
Yeah.
So yeah, feel free to download it. I think you will find a lot of value if you are a student or you are looking for internship, you are building your own portfolio. It will help you with your rendering skills. And also I have a second book. This is more like theoretical. It's more about how people, or like how students learn to think and to design and draw the design sketches. It's like more theory or hypothesis, like how we evolve from symbolic stage to the intuitive stage. And you can find here also some exercises and like improve your like more like the basic proportion and perspective skills. So yeah, that's also in the description box below in the YouTube. And now, yeah, I will give you a space so you can share your screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to share, I need to open share tray, right?
Yeah, it's on the upper bar, and there is a share content window.
Ah, perfect. Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes, I'm sharing now. So do you guys see the Photoshop window?
Yeah. Perfect.
For this time, I wanted to show how to render in 2 hours, basically a car, like a sedan. I'm gonna be doing a sedan, and I've already done some things, like I've already chosen the colors that I'm gonna use. Also, I did the sketch already.
Okay.
Also, I already got the wheels, you know, just to and here's the cars that I'm gonna be using. I chose this because I thought that it's gonna be nice to have a contrast between a warm background and a cool colors, like a cold gray or something like that. So with no further ado, let's just go ahead and start. So feel free to ask any questions if you guys have anything, any concerns. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and students, if you want to join us, like you can also schedule coupe with Joachim, and yeah, we can talk about it. We can talk about the proportion and like developing the design thing. So yeah, feel free to join us also with the paper and pencil.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so basically at first I'm just doing like a very general shading, you know, just to show the volumes and try to emphasize, you know, the theme of the car. Lower the opacity of the sketch a bit. And also generally what I do is, while I'm proceeding, I tend to also merge the layers so the Photoshop file doesn't get really messy, because otherwise then you have like a lot of layers and it's very easy to lose track of them. Also, I would like to mention that for this particular render, I'm gonna be, sketching as if I had a light source that is coming from, let's say, kind of like this direction, you know. So I'm gonna have basically all this area is gonna be lighter.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is gonna be darker, you know, all this area here. And also here is gonna be a bit darker. So actually it's very important that when you start a render, you decide where the light source is gonna come from, because if you don't decide that, then your render is gonna look a bit confusing, you know, and sometimes it's gonna be difficult to understand if a surface is looking up or looking down, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important to keep that in mind, definitely. So let's see. So I already did some paths as well, because I didn't want to lose time making paths, you know, because the paths can take a long time. And yeah, basically we all know how to do them, so I figured it would be better to just do them before.
So, do you usually plan the light source in your head? Like, I want to emphasize this part of the car, so you usually like, envision the light source and when you want to put it?
Yeah. Definitely. But to be honest, after sketching so much, because when you start working in the industry, suddenly you're basically sketching so much more than what you were sketching when you were in the university. And at some point, you just kind of stick to one type of light source because you know that that's gonna work, and then you get better and better at that particular lighting scenario, so you just get a lot faster. I mean, I usually use this actually light setup, because I know that it's gonna be really nice for showing the body side, also to emphasize this area. It also depends on the view that you're sketching on, because not every view needs the same light source also. And also it depends on what you really want to show, because sometimes, for example, maybe you want to do like a kind of like a teaser image, and maybe you use a very dark environment and you just light a very small area of the car, Okay, this is the only path that I didn't do. The headlight, basically. Right.
Joaquin, could I ask?
Hi. Yeah.
Tell me, please, how do you properly work with a lot of paths on one layer? I mean about tab path, where when you have a layers, channels, path, and how you properly select one of them.
Oh yeah.
You mean like having all these paths like this, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, maybe you can explain because it's quite confusing, yeah.
Okay, yeah, basically, actually, let me show you maybe with an example. I'm gonna make a new layer. So you just do, any path that you want, and then you can close it, and then it's done, and you can then do another one, and you just keep doing them, and then they are saved here, right?
Yeah,
let's say
will be on one layer. Yeah.
Exactly. So now the thing is, if you click here, you're gonna select everything. I understand that sometimes you don't want to do that. So basically, what you do is you go with the pen tool selected. You go above the path that you want to select, and then you press Control, and you just click. And then the path is selected, and then once it's selected, you just do you just click this thing here, and that's the only selection that you're gonna get, pretty much.
And that is work on this type. Okay, thank you a lot.
You're welcome. Yeah, and I usually I try to have as many paths as possible in one layer, so I don't have to go and look for the path that I want. So I just click here and I see them all, and then I just click the whatever path I need.
But this work fastly. Yeah,
Exactly. So basically what I'm focusing in the beginning of the render is to essentially sculpt the volume as much as possible, just playing with lights and shadow. Okay, it's very important to get the volume right, to show the volume exactly the way you want to do it. So I'm not doing a lot of lines or stuff like that. I'm just going like with a very soft brush. I'm trying to do the how can I say, like the more super general shapes, and then I start narrowing down. That's the way I usually work. Also, another thing, sometimes when I'm working with the selection, I press Control H, so I don't see the selection anymore, but it's still there. And that's very useful because sometimes you want to see exactly where the strokes are going, and that selection thing can be pretty annoying at times. The selection is still there. I press Control H and it disappears, and then it comes back. And now that I don't need it anymore, I will just deselect. Okay. will be adding a little bit more contrast here. Just a little bit down. So for me, it's very important to emphasize the theme of the car with everything that I can. For example, here I'm using a reflection, like a massive reflection, because I really want to show, you know, this, how is the body size sculpted, and the silhouette as well. I mean, it's really useful because you can really see where the A pillar is starting, you know, and it really gives the car a feeling that it has a long bonnet. Because if you don't put any division between this and this, then it just kind of looks all the same. But suddenly when you put a big reflection here, you really see the big bonnet and, you know, the cabin and everything, all the shape, basically.
And can you maybe explain us how you develop a design theme? How you make sure that the front matches the side view and it matches the rear end? So it's like, it's all in one like family?
Well,
because this is like kind of challenging for students, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Well, basically, what I do when I want to develop a design theme, I start with you know, a lot of very small sketches. Let's just make examples, you know. Let me just show you guys what I'm talking about. For example, I don't know, I want to do, these are like very just symbolic sketches, you know. Like on Žofia's book, she talks about that kind of sketching.
I influenced you.
But, you know, I'm really just focusing on the theme when I do this type of sketching. Like, I don't care if the sketch looks bad or it's not fancy, because that's not really the purpose of the sketch. At that point, the purpose is just to really discover what are you going to be designing, basically. So, you know, I try to have like to have shapes that somehow they are connected and maybe they intersect each other. And that's how you can make a theme that actually makes sense. For example, here the theme would be like having this sort of fender, very big fender, you know. And then you have like a main cylinder, for example. And this is like all one thing. Basically, this would be like one part of the car.
Yes.
And then you have another solid here that is like basically sitting on top of that, right? And yeah, and basically just connect it and try to make all the lines have some sort of connection. So at that point, it makes sense, the design. So to me, it's really important when I do the research sketching to actually work on 3/4 views. Because if you just work, for example, on the side, yeah, I mean, you will be exploring a lot of side views, but then you're going to have to think about a front that matches that side and a rear that matches that side view. And for some types of projects, you know, that can work. But for me personally, I prefer to just work on the whole car, like the whole view. I just do like that, and you know, I just think it as a one massive volume. Here I'm gonna do another example. For example, you know, here what I'm doing is exploring a little bit more of the plan view. You know, the plan view is basically the top view, actually. And here I'm making, you know, this nice shape. Emphasizing the fenders. You know, you have to think also about what do you want to emphasize on this car. So, like, if this is a sports car, maybe you want to emphasize the fenders to show like a car that is sitting really nicely on the wheels. But if it's, for example, also if it's an SUV, you want to emphasize the fenders to give the feeling of robustness, of strength. But maybe if you're doing a sedan, what you want to do is to emphasize the length, for example. So when you think about emphasizing the length, then you start sketching differently. Maybe you do a lot of sketches that, you know, you just really work on that length. You really need to think about
so you need
the psychological
to think strategically. What are you trying to emphasize? What are you trying to sell? And like which kind of which type of car are you designing? So.
Yeah. But I think it also depends as well on the brand you're working on, because some brands have, maybe they don't care whether if they are doing an SUV or a sedan. Maybe they just want to really not explore, but they really want to show their brand identity, and maybe they have similar themes on a sedan as well as on SUV. Of course, the SUV will have the wheel arches a little bit more emphasized, and certain things like the height will be a little bit more emphasized. Mm-hmm. But you can find SUVs that are really robust looking, and you can find SUVs that are really streamlined and they look really fast. So it also depends on the brand, not just the type of car you want to do, but also the brand you're thinking about, that you want to design for. Because you cannot do the same design language for a brand that is all soft and suddenly come up with a car that is all, squared and full of lines, You know what I'm talking about, right? Because you're not designing for yourself, you're designing for your client, and your client is the brand. But then again, that depends as well on the fact maybe the brand wants to get rid of this certain image. Maybe they want to evolve, and then they tell you, explore whatever you want. So.
Yeah, if you have some question, guys. We have one question from YouTube. Which software are you using?
Photoshop.
Photoshop.
The good old Photoshop. Yeah.
Maybe that was a question more about generally your software. I mean, in what I do in your models, in what I do in your sketches. Maybe you are a paper guy or you're a Photoshop guy, something like that.
I would say I'm a Photoshop guy at this point. You know, I do hand sketches as well, but usually I do them like really fast, and maybe I'm exploring for like 2 days, and then I just quickly jump onto Photoshop and keep doing some research on Photoshop itself, and then I just keep going. And if I want to do a 3D model, maybe I use, you know, Alias has a function that let you model like you're using Maya a little bit, you know. Since Alias 2020, it's a pretty new way of modeling, and it's actually very fast and super nice. So if I want to do a model, I just do that. It's called subdivision. And then maybe I do a quick render on VRED, and I just finish it on Photoshop. I mean, that's pretty much my process usually, if I do a complete project, because most of the times I just finish with Photoshop. I just do the final render on Photoshop, and that's enough.
What do you think about shots, I mean renders, where not like that schema of light, that we have one light and coordinate that catch this light, but idea that, I don't know, we have one extra light from another side of car, a lot of lighting where we have, I don't know, some blinks on it and all that stuff.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, because I didn't understand quite well.
Yeah, generally after my question, I understood that it's not clear. I mean, what do you think about presentation techniques where it's not look like your pretty clean and understandable thing, but where it's more artistic with a lot of lights from different sides, maybe not 100% correctly from the physics, but looking incredible, I don't know, a lot of blinks on it and all that stuff.
Well, I think that, you know, I think we as designers have a little bit of an artistic license, you know. I mean, we can definitely do the render that it's totally correct, but I think if you add a little bit of lighting here and there, maybe not really that much realistic, but that it makes the design shine and you can sell it even better, I think that's great, you know. But you really need to be careful that it doesn't become too confusing, because if maybe it becomes too confusing. So you just really need to find that balance between making a really good looking render yet believable, and that it makes sense, you know, because if it's beautiful, the render, but then all the light sources are confusing, then maybe the client will not understand the intention.
Yeah, it's like a packaging design, or I don't know, like the sketch is the selling element of the design. Yeah, so. you need to think strategically, what do you want to emphasize, what do you want to sell.
Exactly.
Joaquin.
Yes.
After all your experience in different companies, if I remember correctly, that was Pininfarina, currently Chery.
Yes.
Europe. How do you feel with that experience? I mean, from the side, what different of companies that you really check, or maybe you can say what a difference between big companies, small companies. Maybe you have some universal experience that will be working in all companies. It not depend from the size of.
Yeah, actually, I think it's good to work in small companies and also in big companies because you learn very different stuff. But from my experience, what I noticed is that the way I work in Chery and the way that I used to work when I was in Pininfarina, it's actually quite similar. In this, I think in these two companies that I worked, pretty much the pace of the projects, the timing, it was kind of similar in a way. But yeah, I think the more different types of companies you work on, the more experience you get. It's better because you get to know the industry much more.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
We have another question from YouTube.
Oh, what is it?
When you work on themes, what exactly you focus on? Certain kinds of lines or surfaces? Or how you can explain a theme? Thank you. What is it, the design theme?
So I would say that the design theme is the main feature that the car has, that it really sticks in your brain, you know. It should be something simple, iconic, that everybody remembers. For example, what I'm doing here, the theme would be to have, like, you know, this fender here and this fender here, and both fenders, they're connected to like a main, you know, this main body here, and basically that's the theme in this case. I mean, it doesn't have to be really complicated. It can be really complicated, but I mean, that's what I would define as a design theme. Yeah, usually like some sort of, usually I would say is an interesting intersection between two volumes, or it could be even one interesting volume, because it can be, for example, it could be a monovolume thing, you know. Maybe the theme is just that the car is like a cube, you know. And then what I do is I try to really show that feature and emphasize it.
So it's all about a balance, like to not overcomplicate stuff, don't put like so many shapes, details which are not like communicating together. So it's like better to focus one shape or form which is like repeating in some way, in also in details, in front, in rear.
Yeah, that's true. And for example, one thing that my boss sometimes tells me when I'm at work and designing something, maybe if I'm doing something that it's a bit too complicated or too much, he's like, for example, he points at one line and he asked me, if I remove this line, will it kill the theme? If the answer is no, then you can just go ahead and remove it, you know, because it's just pure noise otherwise. You just have like an extra feature that you don't really need. So just, you know, ask yourself, if you remove this, is it going to kill the theme? You know?
Is it just some kind of decorative line and like the car can survive without losing it? So it's like, so it's not like serving the product.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like if you can remove it and nothing tragic will happen, let remove it.
Yeah.
Less is more.
Yeah.
Because it's true, when you see a really, really good sketch, or you see a finished, like, good-looking car on the street, it's like you cannot move the lines even a millimeter. You will like perceive it as a mistake. Like everything like sits where it should be, everything clicks. Then you have to feel it, no? It's like, okay, now it's good, like.
Yeah, totally.
Joaquin, I have a brilliant question. Can I?
Yes, absolutely.
What cars do you like? And what cars do you think that is the best on the world? Maybe.
Whoa.
You have something.
Man, that's a tough question. Well, I mean, the cars that I like, actually, I like a lot. I like a lot. For example, the recent Audis, I think they look fantastic. Just as an example, like any Audi, I think that you get from that you choose from any segment, they're done so nicely, and I really like them. But I also like a lot of vintage cars. Like, for example, Lamborghini Diablo for me is like so good looking. I really like that feeling of spaceship, you know, from the 80s. Yeah. But I also really like, for example, the new Ford Bronco. In my opinion, looks amazing. Also, the new Defender I like a lot. Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of cars that I like. I mean, for me, I think that if the car is designed well, if it's nicely designed, I think any car is going to look great, you know, no matter what.
You know why I'm questioning?
Why?
But ask. Because sometimes ago I speak with guy who work all time with big SUVs for company like Toyota, that was Land Rover, something others that prepare a really big SUVs for on the roads. When I ask him what cars do you like, and he asked me, you know, the perfect car in the world for me is the Smart.
Wow.
And okay.
Totally different than what he designs. Yeah.
Yeah, and after that I ask that to every designers that I know, because it's really sometimes interesting and strange.
Yeah.
Hi, I had a question.
Yes.
So I was just curious, what your take on like the future of cars are, like specifically in relation to sustainability, and as we develop, more efficient cars, how, the exterior design can adapt with that.
Well, that's an interesting question. I think that, it's hard to say actually, because a lot of electric cars that we're seeing, they still look like traditional cars, as in the shape, So I don't really know if the traditional shape that we're used to is going to disappear anytime soon. I think at least for the next 20 years, I have a feeling cars will keep evolving, but maybe towards a more electric look. But I think the main shape, it will remain as is, but it will always be more, nicer. But I mean, maybe on certain types of vehicles, we're gonna see like much more futuristic shapes. For example, the shared vehicles, or this any type of shared transportation, like the small buses and stuff like that. We might see some interesting stuff there. But I think as for personal use, like personal vehicles, I have a feeling that we're still going to be seeing a lot of traditional shape, but just nicer and more refined. But I think slowly we might see maybe some other segments getting more modern. For example, I can imagine the city cars getting more interesting, because the city cars have to be efficient. It's not about the looks. But I think that cars like flagship sedans or big SUVs, they will keep, in my opinion, they will keep this look, because we are already used to seeing this type of proportion.
Yeah.
And to us, these proportions are like really good looking. Like when you see a long hood, a small cabin, it's really good looking. So I don't think all the cars are gonna give up this type of shape.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nice reflection.
Yeah, because I thought that it was getting a little bit lost, you know. And, maybe I'm thinking this reflection is a little bit distracting. What do you think?
Are you looking for input or?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody has any comments. I was thinking that maybe this was a little bit too distracting because it was too bright. You don't focus anymore on the main area, which is this one.
Yeah, I think also when it's off, it pushes that part to the foreground better.
Yeah, exactly.
Gives it a little more depth. So how much of your like day-to-day is, you know, concept drawing versus, you know, taking your concepts to this type of level of rendering?
Well, it really depends on the day, because for example, work sometimes we have a lot of time to explore, so we can just spend the whole day sketching, doing research. But there are other days that maybe we have to do a lot of work, a lot of renderings in a short period of time. So we don't have a lot of time to explore. So we just really need to jump into the render and explore, sometimes even on the render itself. So it can be very intense sometimes.
Yeah.
This is like funny how just with one shade you can like emphasize the whole theme.
Yeah. It's yeah. Basically, now I'm adding a little bit of contrast because I noticed that everything was too light here. It needed a little bit of darker shading to help this. darken this a bit. All right, I think this this could be it for this sketch.
It's great. Thank you for sharing with us like the process and.
You're welcome. I'm super glad to share my process. I think it's it's fun.
Like guys, did you sketch something? Like if you want, you can also like share your sketches with us, with Joachim.
Yeah, totally.
Feel free. Yeah. And now which brand is it? It's
Yeah. Yeah, now I'm just cleaning it up a bit, correcting a few things here and there. Always, I think it's important to zoom out and see if you can still, see the car and also the main features. Also, when you zoom out, you can realize if there's some, perspective problems or proportion problems. It's easier because it's like you're seeing the sketch smaller. But yeah, I don't think I would do much more on this one, to be honest. So if anybody has a question or something, I don't know if...
Do you have questions, guys? Because, yeah.
I don't have a question, but I want to thank you for this. And the last time I actually learned very much, and I simplified my workflow in Photoshop after your last workshop a lot.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah. It has really helped me, and I'm really getting some.
Cool. I'm very glad. That it was useful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and for me, it's nice also to share with you guys my design approach, basically. I think you can maybe learn some interesting things that you can apply into your design approach and stuff like that.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, guys, you have already the email, so you can always send some new stuff or portfolio.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So great, thank you so much for today's lesson.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, if you can just save the sketch and then maybe send me one JPEG, I will share it on Instagram.
Absolutely.
And I recorded this, so yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so, thank you
good.
so much, everyone who attended this workshop. It was nice to meet you all. I hope you learned something. We had quite a lot of topics and discussion covers today, so yeah, thank you. It was a lot of value, so thank you so much.
Thank you everybody for having me and being here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we ran off the time, so yeah. I just wish everybody a happy evening and a nice Sunday. And yeah, if you have some question, I just put everybody's Instagram account in the YouTube description box. You can contact them, you can ask them, you can ask me. So feel free to contact us. And
totally. Feel free. I don't mind messages. Feel free to contact any doubt or anything.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So, bye-bye, everyone. I will close the Teams and the YouTube.
All right. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Joaquin.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.